Viewers and friends, welcome to the 2024 CAREER4SEA Forum. This virtual event marks the conclusion of a dynamic year following a series of live events across the world's leading maritime hubs. Today's forum features 4 insightful panels. Stay with us over the coming hours as we engage with esteemed panelists to reflect on how the maritime sector has evolved in recent years and how it should continue to evolve to attract the younger generation. Now, let's kick off with our first panel, moderated by Anastasia Kypriotaki from our editorial team.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the first panel discussion. As the maritime industry navigates an era of unprecedented transformation, driven by digitalization, decarbonization, the demands over its workforce are evolving rapidly. Emerging technologies like automation, artificial intelligence, and digital twins are reshaping traditional roles, while sustainability goals are creating new priorities. Additionally, it's now more important than ever to bring in and keep young people and adjust to the changing career expectations of the different generations. In this panel, our esteemed speakers will share their insights and expertise on how the maritime sector can effectively address these challenges while harnessing opportunities and shaping a resilient and future-ready maritime workforce. Let's meet our panelists who are here to share their thoughts on this matter. We have Captain Konstantinos G. Karavassilis, who is Regional Director, Loss Prevention at UK P&I Club. We have Captain V.S. Parani, who is Vice President Marine at Tufton Asset Management. And then we have Sean White, who is Managing Director at CAREER4SEA UK. So join us as we explore the intersection of technology, sustainability, and workforce development in this thought-provoking discussion. So I say, without further ado, I would like to ask the first question, and I would please like Parani to answer the first question. So Parani, how do you think digitalization and decarbonization reshaping the skill requirements for maritime professionals?
So yeah, it's a great time to be alive. It's one of the best times in human history that we have so much convenience at our fingertips. We have digital tools without which we cannot live every day. I mean, we wake up and the first thing is we look at our phones. And the same goes for seafarers as well. So they also have the same expectations that they want access to the internet and digitalization. So we will need to move with the times. We will need the seafarers to be able to perform most of the processes online, and progressively we will go towards automation, like you have planes which can fly by themselves. You will have autonomous ships to some extent, maybe not ocean going, perhaps coastal voyages. And we will need to train seafarers for such technology. But then, they should not be just desk jockeys. They also need to have shipboard experience. So they know what is going on. They intuitively feel what's going on the ship just by looking at a dashboard. So we will need a mix of both on-hands experience, but with digital levers.
Thank you. And Kostas, I would like your insight on this. How do you think that digitalization and decarbonization will reshape the skilling requirements?
Well, as far as, first of all, good morning, everybody, and it's a pleasure and honor to be with the esteemed speakers today discussing such an important issue, such important issues to be discussed later on. So anyway, as far as digitalization is concerned, I truly believe that younger generations do not need to be so much trained as much as we need to be trained. They were born using all those digital tools, computers, and they can adopt better to the new reality because they know. As an example, my 5-year-old son, he knows better how to use my iPad and iPhone than I do. He finds it easier than me. So regarding this, I do think that the skills are there. Of course, they need to be framed somehow. Of course, some training regarding software and hardware needs to be done, but for this thing is easier. Now, as far as decarbonization is concerned, again, which is, first of all, this is, I think, more difficult to train because we do not have the technology yet. So we do not, which side we will start the appropriate training, so which is the best fuel. So for this, this is going to be a bit more difficult. And I think that not only the younger generation, but also us that we've been around for many years working within the industry, it's difficult for us also to get trained. So this is a trickier thing. And I think that we will set the standards and the frames of training once the industry, not only the industry, the world, decides on what technology and what kind of fuel will bend in order to achieve the 2050 inspirations, etc. So we live in, as Captain Parani said, we live in very interesting eras, and we are lucky because everything is changing, and we are part of that change. Either we are young or older, but still we are part of it.
Yes, that's true. Sean, what do you think?
Yeah, firstly say good morning as well, and thank you again for the opportunity to participate in this panel. We're really pleased to bring our experience and our insights into the industry to this discussion. So if you think about digitalization and decarbonisation together, two items that are really reshaping the maritime industry through our lifetime, and certainly for the generations to come. And they pose different challenges in developing the future workforce. So certainly addressing those challenges involves investing in education and training programs, but also fostering a culture of continuous learning and promoting collaboration between the industry and educational institutions. If I think briefly about digitalization, this has led to a significant demand for the workforce to upskill, and will continue to require skills that we don't currently possess, not only on our seafarers, but also shoreside. And actually, there is a bit of a gap at the moment in supply. We're competing with other industries for young minds and people to come into our space. Tech is a major driver for a lot of people looking at their career and where they can start their career. So we have a big challenge here to attract people to the maritime space. Certainly, to stay competitive in this constantly changing environment, we as employees must participate in training and development of our employees. And we must invest in continuous education and upskilling not only the new workforce, but also our existing workforce. To think about decarbonisation, and this really requires an understanding of technologies that are available to us today, but also a lot of low TRL readiness technologies that will really have a dominant role in the future. And we need to embrace those across from different industries as well, and learn from other industries such as aviation and road and rail transportation. Successfully navigating the complex landscape of environmental regulations requires a workforce that is not only well informed, but is also skilled in interpreting and applying these regulations effectively. And so again, another area where we must constantly keep track of what's going on, both at IMO, national and local level, for decarbonisation. As I say, we need to foster a commitment to sustainability. It needs to be in our vocabulary. It needs to be part of our organisation's vision and mission, and really necessitates a significant cultural shift, which can pose substantial challenges regarding acceptance and implementation. So a lot of work to do, but a very exciting time. I agree with my other panelists on the challenges that lie ahead.
Okay, thank you. That was a very interesting input. And you made the perfect bridge to my next question, which is, I would like to start with you, because you touched upon this subject. And the question is, what specific challenges do you foresee for the maritime workforce regarding like adapting to new technologies like automation, AI, digital twins, and yes, what are the specific challenges with this?
Yeah, sure. So let's maybe just focus on AI as an example. And I think many businesses and many individuals are still working out how best to leverage artificial intelligence in not only their day-to-day working pattern, whether that's using AI to help streamline your desk processes, to streamline the way we communicate with each other, but also how do we build AI into our tools and the systems we use to make decisions, or the things we use, say, in Foreship to design and iterate designs. And certainly there is definitely a big role that AI has to play here. When we think about the shipboard environment, mass digitalization of systems is a mega trend, has been going on for a number of years and will continue. So taking systems, digitalizing them, getting data now, extracting data from ships' operations, being able to look at data shoreside in data centers and make decisions around not only longer term things like maintenance and predictive maintenance, but also using AI in a way that can help us implement changes operationally on the vessel in the second, in the here and now. So that may be navigational changes, system arrangement changes to improve energy efficiency. So we see AI really supplementing the seafarer in the operational space, and AI having a big role in design of upgraded systems, and giving us the data as well from ships with that data harvesting. It's become a very valuable currency for a lot of ship owners now, and they have to think very carefully of what they do with their data, who they give their data to. But it is also a huge opportunity to really understand our ships in a way that we've never been able to in the past. So we're excited by it. We're actively looking at it. We're actively implementing solutions using things like AI. But we need to be mindful as well that not everybody will move as quickly as some people when it comes to the transformation. We need to make sure we bring everybody along on the journey and make sure that everybody can understand the benefit of something like artificial intelligence, and not necessarily see it as a risk, which I think is sometimes how it's posed to us in the media, that it's going to take jobs and it's going to replace people. I think for the short term, that's not the case. But in the long term, it certainly has a role in supplementing our decision making and our design criteria.
Okay, Kostas, what do you think regarding the specific challenges that new technologies will bring?
Well, I will be a bit more practical than Sean, saying that technology brings complacency. And what we see on board ships is that, especially the younger generation who are accustomed to the new technology, they rely only on that. And they tend to forget the seamanship, let's say. They tend to forget to see out of the window. They tend to reach for the easy solution provided by the computer, which, of course, most of the times is correct. But in certain times, the human input is more important than the input provided by the machine. So I would say that complacency is the first thing, and the same you can see in the office, that people rely too much. Nowadays that we have younger personnel ashore, they still rely on the machine and provide responses to the vessel basis on what the machine tells them, which again sometimes is not relevant and is not in line of what is going actually on board the ship. So then, as Sean mentioned, we need to bring everybody, and it is very difficult to do that within our industry. Our industry is not. We do not like collectiveness. Let's say we like to do things on our own, especially the shipowning. I mean, the shipowners who are actually the industry. We are here to assist them in their ventures. So this is very difficult, and this is also a very expensive exercise. We need also to take into account how much all those things cost, because our industry, the services provided by our industry are cheap. So and that's why our industry prevailed. So the moment we start spending more on those things, and we have to do that, our industry will become more expensive. The goods will become more expensive because everything comes down to the end user. So those things have to be taken into account, and all those changes have to be thought very well before starting being implemented. And we have also to take into account the end user, the consumer, ourselves, the world.
Yes, it's all true. Shipping moves the goods around the world, so we're all impacted one way or another, whether in the industry or not. It's a global thing. So, Parani, would you like to share your input here?
Sure. I'm excited about AI. I see a lot of potential, and we've already started using a few AI applications at work. For example, we have closed circuit cameras, the CCTV, with AI-enabled interface. So it provides inputs in real time, and also you get trends over time about certain parameters. I mean, we have quite a few algorithms inside that system which can kind of raise a flag whenever you have certain safety issues, such as with watch keeping, or you have personal safety issues with not wearing helmets. It can flag that. Or if a watchkeeper is not, let's say, at the front of the bridge, at the bridge wing, it can flag. Or if you have lights on at night when the ship is underway, it will raise a flag. Or if there is smoke or water in the engine room, it can raise a flag. Or if there is a small craft approaching the ship at sea, it can raise a flag. So given that we have reduced manpower on the ship, and also with the tight supply of seafarers, because the ships are being built faster than we can have captains and chief engineers, you have less experience. And to supplement this experience and to ensure a better safety at sea, these tools are valuable. We also have AI tools which can determine the amount of corrosion on a steel plate. So you have greater transparency in reporting. And I'm sure there will be many more such applications, whether it's to do with vibration of machinery or the temperatures from the main engine or the pressures, and we can use this to assist the crew in their work. And like Sean and Captain Karavasilis mentioned, we need to bring the people together. And one way is to think about how these solutions will help the seafarers. In the sense, it should not be like a big brother watching. These should be tools that the seafarers should be able to access, and they should be able to perform interventions based on what they see from the AI output. It's not like, so if they have a mobile, for example, they see immediately if something is wrong based on the AI input, and they can use their own judgment to perform interventions.
And based on all this, do you think that there will be a specific segment of the industry that will face more consequences or challenges on the road to adopting new technologies?
I think it's going to be more of who is willing to take the new technology, who's willing to see the cost benefit. Because I don't think there is a issue with any sector of the industry, perhaps except it depends. Of course, it costs money, but at the end, it also saves money. So someone who can understand the cost benefit analysis of such technology, they can take on board. Because these solutions, they don't really come with a very high entry point. It's relatively easy to enter. The only issue I see is with machinery, especially with engine makers, because most of this data is captured by the engine makers, because they have proprietary sensors and inputs, and it depends how much they are willing to integrate with open source systems. So that is, I think, the one big challenge.
Yes, that's very true. And Sean, would you like to add something? Do you think a particular segment will be impacted?
I think the discussion's been great, and as my colleague there was talking, I was thinking about how we've all embraced technology in our personal lives, and how much we now rely on that to run our calendars, to run our lives, to do our business, to interact with others, and that's something we've all transitioned on, some more successfully than others, over the last sort of 10, 20 years. And for sure, we have to accept the inevitability that maritime will continue to further digitalize, and there will be systems that we can maintain in better ways, we can understand performance in better ways. I think the touch point I probably see as the most challenging is on board, and where you see that interaction between the ship's crew and the equipment and the systems, and making sure that is managed effectively to really empower the ship's crew to either better maintain, better operate, either more efficiently or more effectively for either cost purposes or, like you say, keeping costs down ultimately. So that touch point between the systems on board, the data being sent ashore, the decisions that might be being made in remote monitoring centers, and then still that level of manning, whatever that may be, and as we think about autonomy, that can be either a scary word or a word that excites you. And for some people, they may see that as a risk, and others, they see that as an opportunity. So, but I do believe as an industry, we're well regulated in many spaces. So, it's not, we adopt new technology as an industry, but it's not at a pace like the tech sector where we're unregulated. So there's roles in place for classification societies, flag societies, etc., to help us manage these opportunities in a way that brings everybody along.
Yes, true. And Kostas, would you like to add something?
Yeah, as Sean mentioned, the people who initially will be mostly affected are the people who are going to be on board, and they need to find a way how to interact with the digital equipment, with digitalization, and take the best out of it. But I also think that people in the office, that they will be managing all this data. We need, you know, since since the early 2000s, we have been sending data to the office from ships in a way or another. And nowadays, more and more data is going to the office through various equipment, and it's even easier than it used to be. So we have all this vast information at the office, and still we see the same incidents happening. And I'm talking about, damaging the main engine, or whatever. So we do have the data that something is wrong, but eventually the engine breaks down. So that means, that the people ashore, they are not trained on how to use and how to make decisions based on the information at hand. So this is another issue, because we do have the information, but sometimes, or many times, or few times, we do not know what to do with that, and how to have a positive impact, and how to direct correctly our people on board in order to proceed accordingly. So the impact is both on board and ashore in different ways.
Yep. And I would like to add at this point as we are talking about the future and tomorrow, the future brings the new generations into the industry, which is a challenge on its own. I was born in 1997, so I'm sitting on the fence between millennials and Gen Z. And I can understand that even in generations that are this close, that are like one after the other, there is great conflict in how they think and what their expectations are. So I would like to ask you, as the new generations, Gen Z and Gen Alpha, are interested maybe in pursuing a career in the industry, what are the key differences in their expectations? Kostas, you mentioned that your son knows how to use your phone better than you do. So how do you think that this will play out as the new generation comes on board or ashore to work in shipping?
Well, I was born back in 1975, so I'm a bit older than you. So, it's a complete different world. When I started working back in the early 90s, mid 90s, and now is, the expectations I had back then, and the work ethos I had back then is completely different than the expectations of the younger generations. And as leaders of the industry, people of my age and a bit younger now lead the industry. So we need first to change ourselves and try to understand better the incoming workforce. And we need to talk to them. I cannot tell you the exact differences between my generation, let's say, and generation Z, apart from technology, but technology is not everything. Is the behaviors, is the work ethos, is what a guy now being 20 years old expect from his life, and what did I expect back in 1995 when I started working. So in order to be able to take the best out of them, as they took the best out of me back then, we need to understand them. And it is a bit complex, because life is changing with the velocity of light, if I may say. So it is difficult for us to try to understand them. And I truly believe that if we understand them, and if we can go along with their ideas of life, their perception of life, we can create a new work ethos to have them included, and take our industry, not only our industry, take all industries ahead, a step forward, not only a step, many steps forward.
Yes, that's very true. That's very true. Everyone needs to be understood regardless of their generation. And Parani, what do you think on this?
Yeah. So, I'm going to say this from a personal perspective. So my daughter, she is almost 18 years old and she'll be going to university soon. I was trying to convince her to join shipping, a ship. She said no. She's more interested in computer science. Fair enough. So I asked her, so what do you want? When you work, what do you want? She said, money. So I want to make lots of money. And I said, so what do you think about the younger generation? Because they are closer to the younger generation than we are, because they have a good rapport. So she said they also want money. So all of them want to make money, and then I asked her, okay, why don't you want to join the ship? So she said, or let's say her, and I also asked her about the rest of her classmates. So she said, one is they have an impression that on the ship there are people who are shouting all the time. So so that kind of scares them. That the people are. One is you have tough people on board, and then also it's a lot of hard work, which discourages quite a few people, and this is across all places, because the engine room is hot. You have to lift heavy equipment, you have to open valves, you have to lift mooring ropes. It is not for everyone. Okay. And then, of course, there is also a small percentage of people who have thalassophobia, the fear of the sea and being at sea and being being afraid of rough weather. So these are the points which deter them. And also, we need to also understand that the Gen Z and the Gen A in developed nations are different from the Gen Zs and Gen As in developing nations, in low-income economies. So in low-income economies, they have, their other priorities take a backseat, and it's an existential issue for many of them. So they are then they have to grit through all the hard work and the loud people on board for a career at sea.
Yes, I understand your daughter's concerns perfectly. And Son, would you like to share with us your thoughts on this?
Yeah, sure. I think there's been some fantastic points made already on this. I guess irrespective of which gen we're talking about, each generation has their own motivations and their own expectations, and that's been true through all time. And when we look at the maritime industry, one of the things we do have to consider is how we are represented in media, and in particular social media, which is a platform now that many Gen Z, Gen As, even ourselves, are looking to get our content. And shipping is in the news sometimes for all the wrong reasons. We're affected by geopolitical issues. We're affected by worldwide crises, and maybe we don't do a good enough job of putting positive news about the maritime shipping industry in these feeds and getting that on their lists. For sure, there's going to be a generational challenge. Irrespective of sort of individual opinions, maybe decarbonisation we can consider is certainly Gen Z and Gen A's generational challenge. It won't be solved overnight by us, and those that we're bringing in and training and developing will continue that effort beyond 2050. It doesn't end in 2050. So we have to make sure that that's well understood. I think when I look at Gen A and Gen Z, they certainly have a bigger emphasis on making money, but also having a better work-life balance than maybe our forefathers did. And so place a much higher emphasis on that aspect as well. And so going back to the examples given of hard work, is that an area where we needed to do better to represent what a career in maritime could be, rather than just being on ships. There are many, many roles in our industry where we need skilled specialist people.
Yes, that's very true. And recently, I'm on TikTok, and videos pop up of seafarers who share their life on board, and the comments are very positive, or they're like, "How exciting is this? You travel the world and get paid for it." And there are some who show concern as well, like, "Don't you feel isolated? Don't you miss your family?" And these seafarers are, this is their way of staying connected. This is their way of sharing their experience. And I think that many people, this can help many people see how life on board truly is, and break stereotypes. And I think that we need to discuss effective methods such as this, which is direct, which speaks to the younger generation, because we're all on social media. And I think we need to discuss such strategies to attract new talent. And I would like to ask if you have thought of any suggestions to speed this up, to make this a reality. Sean, what's your view on this? What's your take?
Yeah, I agree. You know, the more we can reach new generations, younger people on their level, on the medium they're using, and today's medium will not be tomorrow's medium. We're seeing that landscape changing very quickly. We can also see how influential those platforms are in young people's lives, in making decisions. Maybe that's career decisions, learning decisions. So being present, having content that is true to the industry, but also attractive, and explaining what those opportunities are, whether that's a life at sea or a life in design or operational ship management. There's so many different areas that, and we probably need to get them at an earlier stage as well. So when they're in their high school education, when they're getting their first access to these types of platforms as well. For sure, compensation is always going to be a big factor in people's decision making. So we need to make sure that as an industry, we're competitive, and we're competitive against those other industries that are competing for the same resource. And that's becoming ever increasingly challenging. And so not just competitive in terms of salaries, but also benefits, as I mentioned earlier. What is it? That work-life balance, extracurricular benefits. But I also believe truly, and this is true for myself, that people want to feel connected to a bigger challenge. So if companies are able to demonstrate how they're addressing ESG challenges or how they're contributing to local communities, I believe that is a strong emphasis as well, that will attract younger generations that are more globally aware of what's going on around them. So there's a lot of opportunities to attract talent into the industry if we focus on the right areas.
Yes, I agree. And it really comes back to understanding, as we discussed earlier, seeing what someone needs and trying to adjust the company's strategy and the company's package to that. And I would like to ask Parani, what do you think? What can the industry do to attract this new talent? Some effective methods to do so.
Sure. First, let me say that the younger generation, they are fantastic. Of course, I talk to my daughter, but I also teach occasionally, and my interactions are always very positive. I'm very optimistic about the younger generation, but we have a few things to do as the current generation. So if you see in different levels, so if you see in the maritime academies, for example, let's look at Europe, for example. Okay, so we see across Europe, even, let's Greece or UK. So the number of students enrolling in maritime studies, it's going down year by year. So there is a reduction year by year. So that is one step how we can attract them, that Sean has already spoken to about that. Then if you see the number of the students who complete the course, So you have roughly 20% dropout from the maritime academies. So people enroll, but by the third or fourth year, 20% have dropped out. If you contrast this with Asia, the percentage of dropout is 1 to 2%. So there's a big difference in the dropout rate. Okay, so of course, it comes because there is a mismatch of expectations. So they come into the academy with thinking something else, but they see something else. So that is on one side, but then across all areas, you have an issue which Sean also mentioned, is about finding the right compensation. So if you see generally the people who are teaching in maritime institutes, again, I'm not generalizing, but you see a large proportion are ex-seafarer who have retired. Okay, and not necessarily they are passionate about teaching. And they may have a big generational gap when it comes to teaching, which may put off a lot of students. We cannot talk down to the younger generation, but then there is this age gap which can create this, loud people perception, So also have the right kind of people training the younger generation. And this will become more and more important because training will be more important as we come with decarbonization and digitalization. You need really good trainers at all levels, starting from the maritime academies. And then next is going on board. One of the major things is the accommodations. We have $1 million ships, but the accommodation is so bad. You have common toilets and bathrooms, which people, if they're compelled to be there because they're getting, let's say, some additional allowances, it's good, but it's not the most productive way to have seafarers on board. Because if you see the income levels, even in developing countries, are rising. So they are no longer coming from, poor backgrounds. They are coming from good backgrounds. So they expect a certain quality of. So so that is something we should seriously look at. We need to compel shipbuilders to build decent accommodations on the ships.
And it's simply the human thing to do. It comes down to respecting your worker and your fellow human being, to provide them with proper accommodations and proper hygiene spaces, and it's simply human. It should not even be a discussion.
Yes, I mean, it's pretty obvious to all of us in the panel, but it doesn't happen. If even I go on ships now, even the new ships which come out from the yard, it's nice, but the accommodation is so cold and unwelcoming. I mean, that is still good, but even the spaces are so small and it is so unwelcoming. The ship should be a home away from home. So the people, they don't feel discouraged to stay on board. But when the ship is cold and it's like a jail, how do you, so the seafarer will not feel like the home. So he will take care of the ship when he feels it's home.
Yes.
He feels like he's in a prison, he's not going to take care of the ship. He'll just say, okay, let me do my job minimum and just get back home where I'm comfortable.
It sounds fair.
Yeah. And I'd like to add another point, if I may, is also we have to think about seafaring as a career path. It's not seafaring, okay, just from cadet to captain or chief engineer, but we have different routes, let's say to join office, or you have like gig work, okay, in between if you want to take some time off. For example, women seafarers, if they are, during their pregnancy and early child care, if they can stay at home and do remote work and do some gig work for the shipping company, it's going to be a win-win situation for everyone. So we have to think about not just the seafarer signing a contract and going on board, but you have the entire career spectrum planned out.
Yes, that's very true. Kostas, would you like to add something regarding attracting young talent?
Yes, definitely. I would very much agree with Parani's latest comment, the career path that our generation didn't have, and new generation expects that to happen. And apart from that, we need as an industry to be extrovert. We need to advertise what we do for the world. In addition, apart from the ships being built in a better way, that I totally agree. Now we have to take into account that this vessels stay in port very few days, maybe hours sometimes. So younger generation will not be able to see the world as we did. I remember myself going, let's say, to South America and staying in port for a month. So that gave me time, to go around. And I did go around. I did visit the world, and I consider myself to be a citizen of the world. Nowadays, the seafarer doesn't have that, and this to be compensated apart from a nicer accommodation block that actually resembles of home is shorter contracts. So yes, now we used to do 8 months per year or 9 months per year. Now they do 6, but still is 6 months are 120 180 days on board a ship. And this is, we need to say the truth to the young generation before entering the academies, that you're going to spend a long of time in an iron box in the middle of the ocean, and you're going to be visiting, let's say, the States, but you will not be able to go to walk apart from the pier because you don't have time to do that. So, we have to be extrovert. We have to be honest with them. We have to rethink the contracts, compensation, which is, back in my days, no, before my days, actually, you would go on board the ship, you would come back and you would buy an apartment. Does this happen now? No. And especially in countries, leave Greece, because Greece is not a very well paid country, let's say, but Western Hemisphere, developed countries, the salaries are not, they don't have that much difference from the ones on board. So why a 20 years old guy go on board for 180 days, take a salary that would be 20% more or 30% more than working back home in an accommodation block that resembles a jail? So, all these things, the crew welfare are such, not, it's not only the internet and the digitalization, it's the whole welfare and the benefits provided. Because, most of the, if you're a Greek and you go to a Greek flag ship, you have a pension, let's say, which is from the state, that you pay on a monthly basis because you are on board the Greek flag ship. But if, let's say, a guy from Greece goes to a Marshall Island flag ship, there is no pension. So this benefit does not exist anymore. So you need to persuade these people to stay on board without pension. You have to compensate them somehow. So it's a very complicated process. But the moment we manage to address and deal with all those things, you will have, the good people come to work back to sea.
I think the key word here is we. You say we, because this is an issue that we have to face as an industry. Like maybe one ship owner has better ships, better accommodation, and seafarers are more willing to work with them, and another has a lousy accommodation, and seafarers get a very bad picture of what the profession is about. So I would like to ask, how do you think that the industry can collaborate, can join hands, can draw a common path on the way to, attracting new people and keeping them, and keeping the people that you do have satisfied while bringing more in? Kostas, how would you address that?
Well, as I mentioned at the beginning of our discussion, shipping industry is an individualism industry, I would say. So each and every ship owner or entrepreneur thinks only for him or herself, and this is, this is how our industry grew, and uh, centuries now. This is how people think. Now I think it's time for ship owners and entrepreneurs to change their mindset. And you can see that because everybody says we don't have good people coming on board. We have a lack of 30,000 officers, and we need to address that. And then we go to solutions that actually are not the best because we employ whoever to go on board a very complex ship without the training, without the wheel, and then we have accidents, and then our industry is impacted. So it's a very complex thing. And when I say we, I mean, the people that actually run the industry from their positions now, CEOs, human resource managers, directors, call them however you want, crew managers, everybody, us that we are running the industry, we need to change our mindset and try to change the mindset of the ownership towards what is better for them, for the organizations. And yes, they have to see the long-term cost benefit. In the short term, those things do cost, yes. And everybody understands that we live in a volatile era, and many people who want to see the financial results imminently. Nevertheless, we need to see a bit ahead in order to have a sustainable industry, in order to be able to continue, grow, and eventually make more money, because everybody in the industry wants to make money.
Yes. It's a business after all. It comes down to business. So yes. Sean, how do you think that collaboration can shift things towards something better?
Yeah, so I think my fellow panelists have done a good job of talking into the seafarer aspect. If I think about something I'm more familiar with, which is shoreside technical skills and expertise. So as a maritime engineering consultancy, we rely very heavily on bringing in graduates or interns from universities. So certainly we see collaboration with academic institutions extremely important to our success. And I think companies like ours and OEMs that are involved in design, technology, research and development, we do have to have that strong collaboration with research institutions. And I'm very pleased to say that actually there is a huge amount of collaboration that goes on in that space. And everybody is very eager and very open and very keen to collaborate because we know that those challenges that we face can't be achieved in isolation. If I think about, attracting talent is one thing, retaining our existing workforce is also super, super critical. Yeah, and actually talent retention means those of us that are here now, not just tomorrow's engineers, but people that are working to solve problems for today. So retaining talent through, again, things like proper compensation, but actually also offering compelling career paths, I think is important. So people can see where they could work towards in the short term, the near term, and the long term in their organizations, or showing them how their training and investment in their training is going to upskill them. And whether they choose to stay at that company or move on, at least they're being equipped with the skills to help the industry as a whole. So I think shoreside, we see a huge amount of collaboration, a lot of effort that's going on between everybody, particularly in decarbonisation, to collaborate. And that makes me feel very positive that we can retain that talent and give them the opportunities that they need to progress in their chosen career paths.
Yes, that's a positive way to view all this. And I'm glad you bring this trend, this reality to our attention. So maybe Parani, would you like to add something?
Yeah, I'd like to add short comment that, attracting talent, retaining talent, both for the ship and the office, it's not a nice to do thing. It's a business critical thing. If we don't have it, our businesses will eventually suffer. We already see that even in some ship management offices, you don't have master mariners, captains or chief engineers at the senior level. So what happens then? If the ship says something, first of all, does the person in the office really understand what the captain or chief engineer is saying? Is he able to empathize with the captain or chief engineer? And is he able to offer solutions? If they don't have that experience, they cannot support the ship. And that is bad for business, because technical expertise is how ship management companies, consultancies survive and, or let's say, thrive. So without that, we cannot. So there needs to be a very mindful and conscious investment in attracting and retaining talent.
Yes, that's a very valid point. And I would like to ask, and this is the penultimate question I'm posing today. So, Parani, if you could change just one thing that could have either a profound or immediate impact in attracting talent in the maritime industry, what would it be and why?
Okay, if I may, I'll probably say 2 points. One is good internet, and before coming into this panel, I spoke to some young seafarers, because it's when I'm here today, it's not just about my views, it's also about me being able to express what the younger seafarers feel. So I'm speaking on their behalf. Is good internet is very essential, because there is less shore leave today, and let's say for various reasons, different nationalities on board, or less time. There is less time to socialize on board as well. So what happens is the seafarers rely on the internet to stay connected with each other, maybe with their families or with the community. So internet is very important, and this came up as the number 1 point. And second, I would say, is good leadership on board and in the office, because like I said, the impression that my daughter had, that and again, it's not just because of my daughter, but generally, if you see, the reason why people have a lot of mental stress on board is because of other people. Okay, hard work and people can still tolerate, but the reason for stress is other people, when you have friction with other people. And good leadership can help avoid that friction, can help people do their work in a stress-free way, and more intentional leadership building will help across all levels in the industry.
Thank you very much. And Sean, what would be your one thing to change?
Yeah, so really good question, and maybe lots of thoughts spring to mind. But actually, from my perspective, I think something we just need to continue doing and put a lot of effort in is to making sure that both younger generations and the wider public understand not only the importance of the maritime industry and global trade, the effect it has on our access to goods, but also helping them understand the career opportunities in the maritime space across the range of companies, suppliers, consultancy, regulators, and that it isn't, there's a huge amount of opportunity in different areas in the maritime space. So we have to try and attract that talent, retain people, make them excited to be part of this industry. We've all chosen our careers in this space, and we continue to do so. So to pass on that enthusiasm and that excitement to these people, show them a clear career path, whether it's going in from seafaring onto shoreside or moving up the shoreside hierarchy, so that they stay in the industry, they continue to contribute to its success and overcoming the challenges that we're undoubtedly going to be facing for many decades to come.
Thank you very much. And Kostas, would you like to share your one thing to change?
Yeah, be honest with people. Tell them that it is a very difficult job, but on the other hand, as Sean mentioned, is a job that opens a spectrum of, I would say, myriads of other things, both on board and ashore. And then, you know, it's the conditions of living we can change, and this includes everything: good internet, good leadership, better vessels. So, you know, shorter contracts, better compensation. So be honest and provide. Those are the two things that, if can be done, they will do very good to our industry.
And if someone came up to you, Kostas, and said, I want to, excuse me, I want to join a career in shipping, what key message would you like to say to that person?
You choose wisely. This is what I'm going to say. And I would say, you know, before you go to university ashore, or you decide to study maritime economics or ops or whatever, spend a year on board the ship, learn the ship, and then go to the university or finish the Marine Academy, go on board for a couple of years, 3 years as a junior officer, and then if you decide to do something else, always relevant to our industry, go and do it. But you choose wisely, but go on board.
Yes, that makes perfect sense. And Sean, if someone came up to you and said, I'm thinking of joining the maritime industry, what would be your key message or advice to that young person who's interested in that career?
Good question. I was trying to think back what may have been said to me. For sure, you know, it's an industry that is exciting. It is an industry that endures. You know, it is an industry that is got some challenges that we need to overcome. So it would be about applying themselves in whatever their chosen field is, you know, really committing to a career in the maritime industry. And I believe that many of us and many of those to come will really have truly exceptional careers. And it's an opportunity as well to really impact a global trade and a global industry. It gives you opportunities to move around. It gives you opportunities to relocate. And very few industries really give people that opportunity. So I think just really apply themselves and really keep a focus on what it is they want to achieve and the people they want to collaborate with. And for sure, they will have a very successful career.
Yes, thank you very much. And Parani, if your daughter changes her mind or if another person shows interest in shipping, what would you say to them?
Yeah. See, I think and I do this quite often because I do several young people, they do come up to me for advice. So usually I take some time to ask them, why are you really joining? You know, and also I would, like Captain Karavasilis said, be honest with them. And like, you know, when I was 17 years old and I went to an ex-captain for advice many years ago, he told me very clearly that, you know, at some point you will be cleaning toilets, there will be rough weather, you will be seasick. So he was very open with me. And also, you know, I would also ask the young person to bring their parents, you know, to discuss this, because a lot of encouragement or discouragement just also comes from the parents. So they give the son or daughter the moral strength. You know, whenever they are feeling low on the ship, at least they will continue to encourage them and not say, okay, if you're feeling tough, then just leave it and come home. So, of course, not to pressurize them into continuing or one way or the other, but so that you have a good support internally and also from the parents, that and you know realistically what you can expect. But of course, I will also say that even after hearing everything, nothing can really prepare you for your first day that you're in the deck or engine room, because hearing about something and experiencing it firsthand are two totally different things. But if you can push through, I will just say, if you can push through the first day, the first month, and the first year, you will do well.
Yes, that's very true. Thank you all. As much as I enjoyed this discussion, it's time to wrap up our panel. And your insights were very interesting and on point. And thank you for sharing them. Thank you for being here. And thank you everyone for watching. And if you're hungry for more interesting discussions, you can stay tuned for more. Thank you again. Hello, everyone, and thanks for tuning in. In our second panel discussion, we will be looking at how the maritime industry can foster career growth, well-being, and diversity. As the industry evolves, it becomes increasingly important to create a supportive environment that addresses challenges such as work-life balance, psychological safety, and mental health. This session will explore strategies for building career pathways for both professional development and personal well-being, while ensuring a more inclusive and dynamic workforce. Our expert panelists will discuss the role of mentorship, career development, and workplace culture in shaping the future of the maritime sector. They will share insights on how to attract, retain, and empower talent while fostering an environment that promotes growth and success for all. So, without further ado, let me introduce our panelists. We have together with us Captain Christos Giannos, crew manager at Naiova Shipping. We have Claudia Paskovich, who is the Director of Sustainability, Diversity and Inclusion at Columbia Group. We have Maria Scarvelli, who is crew manager at Dorian LPG Management. Dr. Misela Dorey, psychologist at IMA Assessment and Training Center. And Giovanni Tuapin, President, Hartman Crew, Philippines. Now, let's all move on to the flaming questions and discuss and tackle how the maritime industry can raise its profile and attract more talent. Starting with the first question, I would like to ask, what is the most promising career paths for young professionals in the maritime industry today? And I would really like Claudia's insight on this.
Yes, I believe that the diverse opportunities in the maritime industry all offer great career paths. There's such a wide variety of profession in which you have really great development opportunities. And what professions are we talking about? Seafaring careers on all kind of vessels. Looking ashore, we see the technical department, crewing, QC, marine, chartering, operation, just to mention a few. But also in maritime technology, developing new sustainability technology, helping to reduce emissions and build a sustainable shipping. And of course, logistics are a big part, and digitalization and cybersecurity. And being responsible for the apprenticeship and student program for 30 years, I can really ensure that the career possibilities are great. And so I think we can say to the young professional, come to the maritime industry. There are so many career opportunities. Everyone will really find a job, I think, that suits their interest.
Thank you very much. And Maria, what do you have to say regarding the most promising career paths for maritime professionals?
Well, first of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation and including me in this amazing panel of speakers. As far as it comes to the question, I'll say that shipping has a vast variety of options to offer, similar to what Claudia said. It has its structure, it's a continuous evolving industry. So there's so many options available. Anyone can pursue a career at sea. It has a very attractive employment package to offer, many opportunities for continuous development and training. And when it comes to shoreside, especially for the young generations who are so close to the technology and the internet, I believe that they could find much interest to technological innovations, that kind of the industries sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria. And Misela, would you like to share something with us on the matter, on the subject of promising career paths?
Yes, I'm first of all, I'm really honored to be part of the panel. And let's say that as psychologist, I would really like to have more colleagues inside the sector. I think that psychology, especially cognitive psychology, can be really a big help, especially nowadays that seafarers must deal with digitalization and technological advancement that are going very fast, and they are putting very under stress, especially the aged seamen. So in my opinion, what I can say that no so much psychologists are going inside the sector, but I think that we can give really a big help in also developing some specialized training, for example, in preparing a crew in the new human-machine interaction, and also in how to deal with this very big and fast growth in terms of performance and what we are asking to the seamen of the future. So what I would like to the workers is to study maritime psychology and come inside the sector.
Yes, wish more psychologists would join. It would greatly benefit the industry. And Giovanni, what do you think on that? What's your peace of mind?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, thank you for inviting me for this forum. Coming from an experience, so I've been to 3 industries in the maritime sector. I'm an electronics and communication by profession, then work in the shipbuilding and ship constructions, then work in the training center for 7 years, and then now in the crewing. So there's a diverse, evolving maritime industry, and the opportunity for young professionals is vast. Considering that the technology is evolving, sustainability is one of the focus of the shipping also, and then decarbonization and cybersecurity. So with these evolving technologies and evolving frame license guidelines, it offers a vast opportunity for our young professionals.
Thank you very much. And last but not least, Christos, would you like to share your view on this?
Yes, of course. Thank you very much for the invitation and the honor to be one of the panelists here. I agree with all other speaker panelists. There are huge opportunities for the maritime sector, on the other hand, but from the other hand, only on the last 5 years, I think less than decades, 5 years, we are dealing with the psychologists of the seafarers and everyone. So I think we have to focus more on this part. We have focused on the past about training and readiness and etc. and certificates and other certificates for the new model, but nobody can predict or nobody deal with the psychology of the seafarers on board. So it's something that we have to improve also. There is room for improvement. And thank you very much. That's my point of view.
Thank you. That is very true. And actually brings me to our next question, which is, in your view, why is psychological safety emerging as a priority? And how can it be implemented in marine environments? Maria, what would you like to share your opinion on this? What do you think of this?
Yes, in the sector, while diversity is trying to be fostered and thrive, from having crew from different nationalities, different genders, underrepresented groups, it is also important to secure providing psychological safety. And companies can build policies and structures around inclusivity, a no-blame culture that anyone can feel confident and comfortable to speak up, and provide also strong support through mentorship programs that can also assist individuals. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria. And Michela, in your view, what do you think psychological safety means for the industry?
Well, I will grab the opportunity to explain a concept that sometimes is underestimated and also not so well known. Psychological safety is a complex system that must be built within the time. We can divide psychological safety in 4 stages. We can call it stage. So the first one, we can call it inclusion safety. And it starts building a culture of acceptance of difference as strength rather than obstacle. And believe me, in a sector where hierarchy is the rule, because of course the crew has his own hierarchy inside, sometimes this concept is really underestimated. The second stage of psychological safety is learner safety. To learn, sometimes you make also mistake. And sometimes shipping industry is a blame culture industry. So learners are maybe have fear to do something for the fear to make a mistake. We know also that in a vessel, a mistake can be very, very dangerous. But we have to grab the opportunity sometimes to let the learners do some mistake, to maybe also train them learning by doing something. The third step is contributor safety. So a moment where everyone in the crew have the awareness that all of the members of the crew, starting from the lower rank till the top of the hierarchy, have the same possibility to say something on board, to share thoughts, to be free to talk, and to be free to give the opinion about something. And the last one, and is the top of the psychological safety, is the challenger safety, where all the crew have the sensation that they are heard inside the hierarchy and they can express themselves, giving an additional value in something that happened on board, in the decision making. I mean, psychological safety is very complex and must be embraced in the totality. And this passed through a company point of view that must address this process, in my opinion, is a process. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And Giovanni, would you like to add something on the subject?
Yeah, I agree with Michaela. So when you say about psychological safety, it takes time. So you're building a culture technically. So a culture that's also communicable in the shore-based employees and the onboard employees, so that they can speak the same language when they talk about, are they okay? Can they speak up? So if they're on board, they need support also, shore-based support or onboard support. So the onboard support must come from the officers. So these officers must be trained how to handle these situations and how do they behave and how do they make the discussions that everyone feels safe when they communicate how they feel, and to see signs also if someone is struggling and how mechanisms to support this, how they're struggling. So in our case, like we have a social ambassador to see the well-being of our seafarers and to promote programs. We note from our earlier crew seminar that we have like facilities for them for recreation, but they're not using it. So in order for this to maximize all what the ship owners has provided, someone must create a program or implement a program that everyone can participate and be a member of this one.
Thank you very much. And Christos, I would really like to know your view on this.
Hello also from me. I agree with Michaela, and also my opinion is that prior joining on board, you must have sufficient rest time, sufficient gap between your unemployment to the next one, because usually we take some time of our seafarers once they disembark in order to use same for trainings and for etc. and briefings and meetings and etc. So that leaves them stressed about the remaining time that they have till they join again the vessel. So first of all is that you need to have sufficient time of rest prior joining. It is different. There is no magic rule. It is different for everyone. For me, maybe 3 months. For Maria, maybe 4. For Mrs. Claudia, maybe 2. It depends each person, each character, and what you have to deal with. And the other is when on board, not per how to express that. Even you are not a high rank person, you are a lower rank or a junior officer, not senior officer. You have to express your opinion, not to push the others to follow your opinion, just to express your opinion and don't keep inside what you have. So you express your opinion and you can make an open discussion. That helps us stress reliever. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christos. And Claudia, would you like to add anything on the subject of psychological safety?
Yes, a lot has been said, and I agree to that. And psychological safety is more and more important. It's in such a challenging industry like the maritime one. And what has to be mentioned as well is that psychological safety can even be uncomfortable at times. It requires openness and a willingness to admit mistakes. That's not easy. And how do we build up psychological safety has been mentioned. The culture, of course, it takes time. We need clear rules. We need clear boundaries. That creates security. We need to communicate very clearly which rules and which processes shape the culture in the company. We have to lead by example. That's very important as well. If psychological safety only exists on paper and is not practiced, it will never be successful.
Thank you very much. And some of you mentioned that senior members of the crew and leaders play a great part in fostering psychological safety on board. So our next question comes down to the subject of mentorship and sponsorship, and how more experienced crew members can help less experienced learn the job and have a healthy exchange of ideas without fear of judgment and error. So, Michela, I would like to ask you, what role do mentorship and sponsorship programs play in fostering diversity and career development in maritime?
Okay, this question comes after a survey that I launched on board two companies that I'm working within. And it was my big surprise to understand that this is a real need. I mean, in an open question at the end of the survey, I asked which kind of initiative could be put in place to better feel you understood, guided, and the mentorship program was one of the highest in the score. So it means that it seems there is a need. In my opinion, there are two reasons why we have in this moment, historical moment, a lack of mentorship from the senior officer. Digitalization and technology are impacting, in my opinion and in my experience, more and more on senior officer, because we know that maybe Gen Z is more prone to be confident with the new technology, and cognition is more prepared to deal with this kind of tools. Senior officers are now in a sort of limbo where they have to upskill. Some of them, we know that they undergo training, but sometimes, in my opinion, it's difficult to pass an experience they don't feel very comfortable. They are not so much aware of what they have to pass to young generation. This is, in my opinion, one problem. The second one is that in an industry that is made of mixed crew, sometimes there is also some problem regarding the relationship within different nationalities. I work especially with Filipino, and I know that when the top officers are foreign, it's very difficult to deal, to let them have additional information from top officers. So in my opinion, mentorship is very important, because lead by example is something that works also in our brain. See someone doing something and replicate the things work much more better than read things on a book. And this is something that we very much know. But sometimes it's very difficult to apply in the hierarchy of the job on board. So we should train, in my opinion, the top 4 rank of the vessel in understanding the importance of mentorship and the role that they have in the growth of young seamen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Giovanni, what role do you think mentorship plays?
Well, it plays a big role. What I'm telling our officers during our seminars is that if you want to be a leader, be a good coach and mentor someone to be a good leader like you. So mentoring also, it's a lifelong. It's not only focusing on the technical capability of as a younger officer, but also the soft skill relationship part. While coaching, on the other hand, is only concentrating on a specific goal, like for example, to coach how to operate a balanced water treatment plant. That's coaching, and evaluate based on their performance. So coaching and mentoring on board and onshore is very vital for our younger professions to have the right skills and the right competency and the behavior to perform in the new environment, let's say an evolving maritime environment.
Thank you very much, Giovanni. And Christos, what's your opinion on this?
Yes, so my opinion is that senior officers and more experienced, usually they are the more experienced officers on board, especially the top 4. So by their way, they have to deal with the junior officers and ratings, and they have to hug them in a way that provide some teaching and mentoring and get the best of their capabilities. So, because if you start shouting to a young person, a young second officer, third officer, or fourth engineer, if you start shouting by the first day because he didn't know how to plot a position or to move to the next chart on this or start the BWTS in the engine room, what you are going to do is that you are going to lock him, and definitely you are not going to get their best abilities. So you have to provide coaching, and you have to teach how to do something and encourage them to do questions and from what they are not sure. It's better to have some questions and avoid any mistake rather than have the mistake because they are afraid to ask some questions. So it's all about the safety culture you create on board. Thank you.
Perfectly put. Thank you very much. And Claudia?
Yes, I feel mentorship is really a powerful tool for fostering diversity and also advancing career development in the maritime industry. This could be for young talents who are doing the first steps in the maritime industry, but of course also later on when you want to proceed for further career steps. It's a good tool when you want to promote certain groups, for example, because it provides you with role models and with access to networks. That's very important. Here at Columbia, we do have very good experiences mentorship programs. For example, we have implemented the female cadet mentoring program since 2023. We want to increase the number of females on board of our vessels. And the mentoring process is facilitated by shore staff from different departments. It's mainly manager positions who voluntarily, and that was very nice to see because we have so many colleagues said immediately, yes, we're going to do that. They have been on site to one cadet, also one through the mentee in our fleet. And it's during the entire cadetship program for 12 months at sea. But it seems that also sometimes later on, the mentorship goes on, and kind of that's very nice to see as well. And mentors are there to offer emotional support and encouragement, especially when you have times of stress or uncertainty, when you may be the only female on board. That these are all situations which are not easy, and helps them to build confidence and resilience. And we make sure that our mentors are trained as well. That's very important. So we have a network of professional psychologists of One Care Solutions, mental health support solutions who work with us. I'm a mentor as well, and it's so valuable to have them on our site and for help. That's very great to see, and we get so much positive feedback from our female cadets. It's really a success. And I just met one of my mentees here in Hamburg over the weekend on one of our vessels, and it's so nice to see that they really appreciate this program.
Thank you very much, Claudia. And Maria, would you like to add something?
I wouldn't say really adding, but actually underlining what everyone has said already. I mean, most of the points, important points that I find have been already addressed. It is an important tool. It can support individuals on various career levels, starting from entry level with a sponsorship plan that can promote a diverse working environment and groups that are underrepresented. And also what Michaela said in the beginning, I mean, mentors themselves, they also need coaching and support so they can actually give and pass on to the mentees, share, not hold back their experience, their knowledge, and their support goes hand by hand. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria. And you mentioned that it's important to include and cherish a diverse workforce. So I would like to ask, how can the maritime industry design career pathways that are both inclusive and award potential and performance? So I would like to start with Giovanni. In your view, Giovanni, how can this be achieved? I can't hear you. Maybe.
That's a very good question. So if we look at, we would say, a career path, we should consider from the time they're being employed and then the time that they retire. So we have to look at all this perspective. Of course, career path, when they grow, we have to consider also that's an equal opportunity for them. So we would create our policies and how do we hire and how do we select and how do we promote them, considering the two factors, like is it behavior, they have the behavior to be promoted as officer and the skills required to be promoted as officer, without consider with the, let's say, neutral approach to give them the role that they need. So it's not only on the shore-based training that we provide, but it's like Isidore mentioned earlier, mentoring is also being done on board. So an equal opportunity career path, and at the same time, a proper and structured policies and procedures to promote this.
Thank you very much. Christos, what do you think?
I agree with Giovanni. I couldn't agree more that you have to be clear on your policy and promotion developments and what you request from the candidates and what will be their perspectives, either ashore, either on board. And if you are clear to them from the beginning, if you have clear policy from the beginning, so there will be no confusions and it will be more clear and their path will be more clear and more attractive to them. That's from my side. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Claudia, what's your view on this?
Yeah, if you look at potential performance and also being inclusive, for me, it does not exclude each other, but this goes hand in hand, I feel. Of course, we need top performers. That's definitely the case, but we also need a healthy environment. And the world is not just made up of top performers. I mean, they are quite normal people as well. So we need to, of course, to promote diversity, inclusion, and psychological safety and all this. But I would like to mention is, even if you have a top performer, you really have to see where you deploy these people in your team. A single top performer can also act as a disruptive factor in a functioning team, let's say. Maybe I can share a little story about a rowing team that was quite interesting. There was a rowing team at the university, and they thought they're going to be strengthened by a new student. They were very happy because this student was a member of the national rowing team with a very, very strong performance, and everybody was happy because that would improve they would improve significantly as a team. But that didn't happen. This new student couldn't adapt to the team and completely disrupted it. So instead of being better, they were not. In other words, you also have to where you put the where you have to place people. So that's also part of, where you include top performers, for example.
Yes, I agree with that. It's very important to know who to use where and understand the dynamics apart from the performance of its member. Maria, I would really like to know your thoughts on this.
Yes, I also agree with what was previously said, that career paths ought to be clear, fair, and simplified as much as possible so that any individual, regardless to the background, can easily understand what's the requirement. Now, as far as it concerns the competency, this is something that can be evaluated through a systematic approach, through evaluation reports, competency assessments, and setting out certain goals that an individual can achieve. Also, it's really important to have qualified individuals in a team that can evaluate someone's talent, so they can offer perhaps different roles within an organization and change in department when they can see that there's potential to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Michela, would you like to share something with us?
Yes, please, because this brings me to a very interesting article that I read a few days ago. And it seems the sum of what was said till now. And this is the concept of how companies should focus on what we call in job psychology organizational justice. So this is a concept that is widely used in other companies, not in the shipping industry. It came out this year, a study conducted in Turkey in a group of seamen in a Turkey company. What is organizational justice? In few words, is the feeling of fairness in the process, fairness in the communication of the company for what concern the procedure to get reward, to get advancement in the career, the opportunity to have a good salary within the career, and also interactional justice, how I bring, how much value I bring in my company. This lead to an increased satisfaction of job performance. So it's a sensation of being heard inside the company. So clarity of procedure, clarity of the way to get promotion, also maybe bonus, when I can get bonus. All the communication should be clear, should be new from everyone, and this create the will to remain in the shipping industry. Because another survey that I did a few months ago, it came out from the survey that a lot of seamen don't see career at sea in the long life path. So it's something that they are thinking to change, because of course we know that this life is very, very difficult. So in my opinion, companies should put some more effort in trying to keep and to reward seamen in their career.
Thank you very much, Michela. And when talking about career in shipping, I feel like we shouldn't ignore the elephant in the room, which is spending time away, spending time on board in the middle of the ocean, and the problematic fact that work-life balance is not always granted, because it's not like for onshore people working onshore, where you close the door of the office and go to your home and live your life. People on board work and live on board, and often the dynamic is the limits of where does one end and where the other begins are, a bit blurry. So I would like to ask Christos, and what are the unique challenges that people in the maritime industry face regarding achieving work-life balance?
So it's a very, very big topic. 10 years ago, without connectivity as we have today, Starlink and etc., it was like living in two parallel universe. So you have the universe that you work on board, and so you are going on board, you pause all the other matters, family and everything. You leave behind, and it's like you are absent from everywhere. You are pausing everything. So you just give them a call, and you hear their news, and they affect you or not. How, especially on how depresses the situation on board. And you have the other universe that you work, a small place that 20, 30 persons working and interact every day. So now what we have is you are working on board, and you have better means of connectivity and more easy ways to communicate and see your family. The Starlink changed everything, and the other fast ways of internet and VSAT. But from the other side, the terminals are so fast, so you don't have time to go outside and enjoy a little bit yourself, do some minor things like supermarket or drink a coffee outside. I believe in order to achieve a work-life balance, duration of contracts should be put down in the table and discussed about how long you have to be on board and how long you have to be on standby. It's not easy, but it's something that we have to take into consideration, the duration of contracts. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Claudia, what do you think on the subject?
I mean, first of all, the main issue is the extended time of being away from home. That's being separated from your family, from your friends, from the personal lives, and most of the time for many months, this what has just been said. It's a long time. And what does it mean? It means missing life events such as birthdays, anniversaries, family events, missing also seeing growing up your children. That's difficult. And then honestly, you have been on board for many months. The life at home somehow adapts without you, and then you come back, and you're somehow, I mean, they of course happy you're coming back, but you're somehow a disruptive factor because everyone was like going on without you. So that's a problem as well. So that when someone comes home, that the family reunites and really have a good time together. So connectivity, of course, with internet is important, that you have at least that you can exchange a lot. That's important. And you have to have a culture of diversity and inclusion on board, because you might have different cultures on board. And what has just been said, you cannot go away and close the door. You are on board. And as I mentioned, I was on board during the weekend, and it was just a stay of 14 hours. So that's not basically much you can do. They were arriving in the middle of the night. So yeah, that's really a problem.
Thank you very much. And I wish that all seafarers have the opportunity and the outlet to connectivity so they can communicate more with their families. As a daughter of an ex-seafarer, this speaks personally to me, and I wish that my father had access to internet every day when I was a child, so I could talk to him more, because it was like one phone call per week if we were lucky. So Maria, what do you say?
First of all, I would say that I definitely connect with what you say. It's a resemblance of how I grew up as well. And I do know, I do have the same sentiment. When it comes to the challenge of the seafarers being away from home, having today modernized communication availability and good crew internet actually somehow solves the connection with the loved ones and the family. But I think that what's harder to manage is actually the emotions when someone is missing out on something that's important to them, or when something is really happening and it's out of your control, you cannot be a part of it, you cannot support, you cannot assist. So it's actually, I think today's challenge is managing those emotions. And aside from the seagoing personnel, I would like to address also the employees ashore. One of the challenges has to do with sometimes extensive working hours, because it has to do with certain circumstances that we have to deal with, not every day, but on occasions, and have to do with the vessel's working zones. So for sure, there can be challenges also for the shore personnel as well.
Yes,
Thank
of
you.
course. It's a 24/7 industry across the globe. It never stops. And Michelle, I know you also relate, so I would like your opinion on this as well.
Yeah, first of all, I'm a daughter of an ex-seaman too, so I really understand your feeling, and I remember the difficulty to talk with my father during that time, because it was 25 years ago, so without the internet, it was practically impossible. So what I can say is that society is changing. New generations, for new generation, it's almost impossible to live the life that our parents lived years ago. So what it's a need nowadays is to really ensure connectivity balanced, because in my opinion, sometimes this connectivity can create also problem in the team cohesion on board, because sometimes from my experience, I can say that when they have too much internet on board, they are on the cabin missing the life of the crew that before was really an help during the period at sea. And another thing that, in my opinion, could be implemented is the emotional intelligence assessment and also training. We know that living at sea creates a situation that it's called emotional deprivation, because they live a lot of time within in a confined space that some scholars define a sort of hole in the water, something that is isolated from everything else. And as human, we need human connectivity, we need human emotions. And for them, being in a macho environment, always or often with all men, in my opinion, there must be given to them also a sort of emotional intelligence awareness, in how to continuously, train their capability to recognize emotions on others, to be in touch also with their internal feeling. This, in my opinion, can prevent also some mental health problems that are arising in the young generation of seamen.
That actually you filled in and answered the next question I had in mind to ask, which is on the subject of seafarer mental health. But before we move on to the next question, I would really like Giovanni's opinion as well.
Okay, so they mentioned already, and most of the rest of the panelists, is the extended working hours is a challenge. Away from the family is a disruption also for the work-life balance, and also a high-pressure situation, like always constant alert for the safety of your crew and your vessel, is also creating stress. So we should create some programs like this. Like, for example, before a young cadet would enter this profession, the families are also informed that these are the situation, or even the children are aware of how my father's working. We experience, like, for example, a wife is calling the husband, but the husband is painting the crane, which is a difficult situation. And then the family must be aware that these scenarios. For us, we have a program, we call it the Keeping the Life Alive. It's for couples, so that when the husband is here or the wife is here, we ensure that even though they're away from home, we have a family center that take care of their family, or look on the well-beings of their family also. So these simple programs would mean a lot, because we're not only focusing on the seafarer, but also for their families. So if they're aware that their families are being taken care while they're on board, it lessens the stress to them also. And also mechanisms on board. How do we promote the work-life balance? So like I mentioned earlier, a social ambassador helps a lot because it relieves the stress and gives them venue to socialize more and to mingle with the crew more.
Thank you for sharing your ideas on this. Mental health is crucial. It's crucial for the well-being of the individual, but it's also crucial for their own safety, for not clouding their judgment, for them being able to speak freely and be confident in what they know and what they can achieve. So I would like to ask you, how can companies address mental health concerns, especially for seafarers and those in remote or high stress roles? Some of you have already touched on that, dipped into that subject. So I would like to start with Claudia.
Yes, it's important that you have a 24/7 health support line, which we offer to our seafarers. That's very important. Also to our office employees, of course. It's over it's over 40 languages which we offer, because I feel that's very important. If you're in a stress situation, it's much more easier to talk in your mother language than in a foreign language. But of course, you should also have measures in place that strengthen mental health. Mental health is strengthened by many different things. You need to have a well-being and health services in place. We work here with a one care group who offer really well-being services, medical advisory, mental health support solution, also a nutrition consultancy. That brings me to one thing. I always say food is important for the mood. So you have to make sure that you have the right food on board, healthy diet, that the cooks are trained to prepare healthy and a variety of meals. And of course, also dishes from the home country of the seafarers on board. That's very, very important. And you have to make sure that there's a gym on board. Physical fitness is important. That also balance stress. Also sufficient offers for the leisure time so that recreation is possible. We touched upon it many times now. Affordable internet, free internet, very important, so that you can communicate with your families. But also a clear career path, which development is possible. We talked also about the company culture, that you have an inclusive, respectful culture. We touched upon psychological safety. So that's all a lot of important things to consider.
Thank you very much. And Maria, what do you think?
Following Claudia, I couldn't agree more. I mean, all those initiatives, all those efforts are the ones that can address and support mental health. I do find that it's important to have, especially the leaders, especially the captain who's in charge, looking after the whole crew, knowing how to identify the signs of mental health issues, and also having interactions so these can actually be identified. It's important to have good communication with the crew, teamwork, so that if there's a potential case, it can come to the surface and it can be actually addressed. Again, to underline how important it is to have access to support lines that can be contacted anonymously by anyone, not only for the seafarers, not only for the office employees, but also for their families. Assured, it is important. We've seen it, especially through the COVID era, how important that was, and how strong there was a need for this when we had crew with extended contracts. Now, as it comes to high stressful positions, it's important that they feel very much supported, that they are well trained so they can be able to address any crisis situation, be better prepared actually. And have a stable rotation plan. I think it also helps so that people can be rested and rejoin the vessel with a clear mind, clear head, and continue. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And Michela, you touched on this before, but is there anything else that you would like to add on the specific question?
Yeah, of course. This is practically my field, because as psychologist, I would like to highlight once more why we are talking about mental health today in this category of workers. I always say to my trainees, because I'm conducting a mental health awareness training class for a crew that must go on board. During the class, I explain signs and symptoms, initial signs and symptoms of mental health concern, and also a sort of basic technique about psychological first aid technique, that is how engage a communication conversation with someone in distress. The crew is a very particular and unique group of workers. Some scholars define a crew as a sort of chain, especially maritime crew, aviation crew. You work together, the scope is the same. Every member has a certain task to complete. And if some part of the chain doesn't work well, all the crew is affected. So this is the reason why today we are talking about how to prevent mental health concern. And this is, let me say, a bit sad, because we are talking about this today because, of course, safety is the priority, environmental protection is a priority, but this only now, and it's unbelievable, there's a category of workers like seamen. We started to talk about mental health 10 years ago. Now, in my opinion, the industry is doing a lot of intervention, and I'm very happy that we are really taking care, and we are also training the seamen in speaking up their problems, trying to break down a bit the stigma that is always there, because in my opinion is still there, the stigma. Because, for example, in some country, if you disembark for mental problems, you cannot be hired. It must pass 1 year. So it's a sort of stigma still, no, in my opinion. So maybe someone will not disclose mental health concern for the fear to be not employed anymore. So a lot was done, but in my opinion, a lot must be done by the company to address mental health issues at sea.
Thank you very much, Michela and Giovanni. You also mentioned this before, but is there anything else that you would like to add?
Yeah, I would add also is you mentioned that that's a 24-hour helpline was also mentioned earlier, but also to create a stronger social support system on board, that our officers are trained how to spot this, and then a clear communication line from local side, because seafarers, we are in it's built in relationship. So if you have a good relationship on board, even on shore, they would open up, and then that's how we can help them, how we can help our seafarers who are isolated at sea or on the high risk at sea. That's my point.
Thank you very much. And Christos?
Hello from me also. I couldn't agree with all my fellow panel speakers. It's very important that when you are on board, to feel that you have a support from the office.
We cannot. I cannot hear you, Christos.
Yes.
I lost the voice. Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Okay. Yes. Yes.
It's very important where you are on board to feel that you are given support from the office, and because we cannot say to someone simply, especially to the top 4, do not stress, everything will go okay. It's okay. It's very easy to say that, but it's not always like that. When you are dealing with a vessel is costing 100, 200, sometimes millions, it's a fortune on your hands, and you have to take care of that, and that creates additional stress to you. And that's why you have to feel that you are supported by the office once same is required, and we have taken also some steps and provide 24/7 medical support and mental health support. So I believe that is much. It's a step forward than what happened in the past. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know we could be talking about these matters for hours, but it's time we're starting to wrap up this panel. So the penultimate question is, I would like a brief statement from you on the matter that if you could change one thing that could have either a profound or immediate impact in making a career in shipping more attractive, what would it be and why? Giovanni, I would like to start with you. I cannot hear you. Maybe you're muted.
Sorry, yeah. One is to change the narrative of the maritime industry. So it's okay. We mentioned earlier about stress, but it's a vast opportunity. So our seafarers are not left behind because they have the office side. Talking earlier and discussing what are the programs implemented the various companies. It's basically to assist the seafarers. So for the younger generations or younger professionals, so I encourage them to join the maritime industry.
Thank you. And Christos?
From my side, if I can change something, even tomorrow will be the duration of contracts. I know it's something that will make my life more hard as a crew manager, but at the same time, that will make all our seafarers more happy. So if you, for example, can achieve, it's hard to be achieved, but I believe with proper planning can be achieved. If you can achieve a balance of 4 months in, 2-3 months out, and then 4 months in, it will be a very good initiative and will be here and very attractive to the young candidates looking a career at sea. That's my side of view. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Claudia?
Yes. I talk to a lot of young people, and when I ask them exactly this question, it's interesting. They say that the most important thing is a reliable, fast, free of charge internet. They say a connection. They said the generation grew up with it and they cannot miss it. So that is always the first thing they mention. Obviously, that's the most important thing for them.
Thank you. Maria?
Well, speaking for myself, I would have to say to change the unconscious bias that the shipping industry is mostly a male-dominant one, that is very traditional as well, because it's passed from the one generation to the other. So I think that if we want to embrace diversity and we want to make room for individuals and new talents, this is something that we need to work on and break the stereotypes.
Definitely. And Michela?
Yes, I would like to share only one thought that I have always in my mind. Maybe some of the other speakers can reply, because I was, as I said, a daughter of an ex-seaman. And why still seafarers are unsung heroes? What I would like to really change is the public opinion around the seafaring profession, because it's still something that the majority of people don't know. I mean, when I say my father worked on the vessel, what, cruise vessel? No, merchant vessel. But no one knows that practically the world economy is in the end of 2 million of workers. So what I would like that the industry start to do with all the social media that we have, some advertisement that highlight the importance of this profession for the future of the economy of the world. This could be a change that can attract also young generation, in my opinion.
Thank you. And now to the last question. Let's say someone approaches you and says, I'm interested in joining a career in the shipping industry. What advice or key message would you say to them? And as you know, as a brief, like do this or keep in mind this, what would you say, Christos?
So what I say what I say also to the cadets are applying to our company, that the road is open ahead, but you have to work hard and you have to be ready to sacrifice time from your family and from your beloved ones, uh, because the money and the payback given you this career is not coming for nothing. You have to do some payback. So you have to work hard and you achieve many things, but you have to work hard and you have to sacrifice also many things to do a career and a career at sea. That's my opinion.
Thank you, Christos. And Claudia?
Yeah, I would say that the maritime industry offers a wide range of opportunities. It's such an interesting, international, innovative industry with worldwide employment opportunities. And that's funny, I have to say. I just talked to a German lawyer who is just in German law, I said, and he said, you know, you can work everywhere in the complete world, but I am restricted to Germany. So that was quite interesting as well. And yeah, to the young people, shipping or maritime industry has such an important function, transportation of needed goods all over the world. The maritime industry connects us. That's important. So become a part of it and you can have a great career.
Thank you. Maria, what would you say?
I would definitely invite the youngsters to join the industry. It is one of the leading ones. It is continuously evolving. There's so much to take back from it in return. And my advice, if someone would take this step, would be not to settle down. There's so many opportunities and options that someone could consider, even in a later stage in their career. So don't settle down until you find what makes you passionate and aspired to work.
Thank you. Michela?
Yes, I think that I would like to say to young generation that being part of the shipping industry is being part of the story, because the sea was the way for very big journey, discovering new places, meeting new people, and experiencing a culture. And this can be done still with this profession. You will embrace really a journey that lets your personal skills grow very much. And this is still, even if social change are putting really a big challenge in the recruiting of young seamen, I think that it could be still a very big opportunity for a young generation, this kind of experience.
Thank you. And Giovanni?
Yeah, for the younger generation, what I can say is the maritime industry is evolving rapidly. So there's a lot of opportunity and different sectors, like in your shipbuilding, in your maritime law and insurance. So be passionate about it. I can say is that you have to study hard. So the maritime industry, like any other work, it's not always a walk in the park. That you have to rise by the rank, you have to exert effort and study hard. So that's how you will succeed in your career also, or any career. But in the maritime industry, it has a vast opportunity for you.
Thank you. Thank you, Giovanni. And thank you, everyone. I hope your words and insight reaches more people and inspires them to join a career in such an exciting industry. With all its difficulties, it still remains a very exciting industry. And thank you, everyone watching from home or your office or your devices. Please stay tuned for more interesting discussions, and I wish you all a good day and good luck with everything you do.
Hello everyone and welcome to the third panel of our CAREER4SEA Forum. Today's session offers a unique opportunity to hear directly from active seafarers as they share their insights into the realities of life at sea. Over the next hour, we will discuss the pros and cons of pursuing a career at sea and hear suggestions on how to improve the current conditions. But let me first introduce to you our panelists. We are very happy to welcome Danielle Centeno, who is Loss Prevention Executive at the American P&I Club. Welcome, Danielle. We are pleased to be joined by Irgen Bernard Saban Albalinis, who is Third Officer and President of the Office of the Youth in Maritime. Welcome, Irgen. We are excited to welcome Kenneth John Kabai, Third Engineer and Dole Seafront crewing in Manila. Welcome, Kenneth. And also, we are very happy to be joined by Jomel Mallorca, Third Officer at Dole Seafront crewing in Manila. Welcome, Jomel. Welcome all. So let's start with my first question and ask you to tell us a few words about yourself regarding your seagoing experience. What inspired you to start a career as a seafarer? Danielle, I would like to start with you.
Hi, Sandra. Good morning. Yeah, so the question was, what made me start my career as a seafarer? I was actually very interested in joining the U.S. Navy, and my career actually pointed me in a different direction. I was able to do a special program for the Navy where I got licensed to sail, and that initiated me to sailing right after graduation. And I have a very unique experience because I'm not only a woman at sea, but also my career at sea was when I was young. And I have to say that it was extremely adventurous. It was a great choice. It is a choice that has propelled me into other directions in the maritime industry. And the experience was something that I'll never forget and something that I'll take with me forever. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to hearing everybody else's input, especially our active sailors now.
Thank you, Danielle. Irgen, what about you? Tell us your story.
All right, thank you very much, Sandra, and hi everyone. So I'm Wyron Bernard. To be honest, I really did not set out to be a seafarer. I wanted to become a journalist. I've been telling everyone that because it's the same perks if you think about it. I get to travel, I get to meet the people that's in every culture, not without the arduous tasks of becoming a seafarer. But there is this, if you ask seafarers, their motivation in becoming a seafarer will only fall into three criteria. It's either that they want to travel the world, either they want to see girls in every country, or they want the money. I fall towards I want the money. Because I did not come from a family that is well off. So it's up to me as the eldest to elevate my family standard of living. So that's what drove me into this profession. So here we are. I started as a cadet in a bulk carrier. I then proceeded to a general cargo, transferred on a oil tanker when I became a third officer, and then proceeded in another general cargo just recently. So that's the progress of my career. I'm happy that I have had 5 international seagoing experiences already. So over to you, Sandra. Thank you.
Thank you, Irgen. Kenneth, what about you?
Yes, I can share that I was inspired to pursue a career at sea by a combination of personal interest, also the challenges of this profession, and the opportunity to travel, and also the adventures of this profession. So despite of these challenges, I find it rewarding and to make myself better, and making this career at sea both fulfilling and transformative. Thank you, Ma'am.
Thank you, Kenneth. Jomel.
Hello. So, to be honest, my reason why I became a seafarer was so simple, but I think this is the best reason of all. To be honest, being a seafarer when I was a kid, it was already my dream to become a seafarer. So way back when I was a little, me and my family used to ride on the Roro passenger from the province, because I live in a province, going to Manila. Then every time we ride on the vessel, I always say, "Mother, father, I want to become a seafarer someday." And here, now, I'm already a seafarer.
Thank you, Jomel. Now, reflecting on your time at sea, can you recall the biggest challenge you have faced? And on the other hand, what has been the most rewarding aspect of your career as a seafarer? Ilse.
Okay, let's start with a positive note, I think. Let's go with the most exciting that I always wanted to say. Many will say that it's the sunset, it's the sunrise, wow. Or it's going to every port in the country. Of course, you get to go to the port, but you don't always go to the city itself. But as for me, it's a different thing. I think what I always got excited is to meet the crew on board the ships because I get to know more in a personal level the seafarers. I think of it like a Charles Darwin thing. Charles Darwin used to do the theory of evolution in a perspective going at sea. But for me, I want to study the people. I think the word that they're using is anthropogenic, if I'm not mistaken. So that I think is the human factors of the sea. So let's go with the challenging part for me. It's always the long hours. The long hours, the mooring, the anchoring that they will call you anytime. That has been because I like sleeping. To be honest, who doesn't want sleeping? But it comes with a caveat. What Kenneth was mentioning about the lucrative profession. Uh it's a balancing factor, I think, of the that we have to think about when it comes to joining the profession. So I'll hand it over to you, Sandra, again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ilse, a lot. Kenneth, can you recall a challenging and rewarding aspect of your career at sea so far?
Yes. The most challenging that I faced during my time at sea was as an engineer is solving complex problems when it comes to my machineries. So every time I go on board, this what I faced every day, these machineries. So solving this kind of problems is rewarding for me. And also this becomes a challenge for us engineers to rectify what's the problem. And one of the challenges or issues that I face on board is long periods of work, especially during bunkering. I was awake for almost more than 24 hours just to finish this task. So also when it comes to internet connection, especially in my vessel, we have limited internet connection, and maybe that's one of the the challenges I faced on board.
Thank
So
you,
that's all.
Thank you. I have a specific question regarding communication board because we are very interested in find out what's happening with the communication with your beloved ones. And I will back to this topic again in the next question. And Jomel, what about you?
So for me, getting promoted on board from my current rank before, I mean my previous rank as a deck cadet, then promoted to third officer, is the most rewarding aspect for me so far as being a seafarer. Just imagine your effort, dedication, hard work, and sacrifices bear fruits. It will give you more energy to work. You become more prouder of yourself, and yeah, that's one of the rewarding moment on the vessel. And for me, the most challenging will be being away from our family. I think almost of the seafarers experience that. we are far from our home, we feel loneliness, homesick, and this homesick can even result sometimes on our health, can be affected. And if our health will be affected, also our job, we cannot do our job properly, and the worst will be sent home.
Okay, thank you, Jomel. And Danielle, since you are the female representative, what challenges have you faced as a woman, and what is your feedback from the market so far? And of course, we are looking forward to hear the most rewarding aspect of your career. Let's see.
Thank you, Sandra. Yes, I will start, I guess, with the challenges because that's where Jama left off. But I agree, being away from family was definitely a challenge for me. While I was sailing, I had a friend pass away back at home, and I wasn't able to attend their services. So that's always stuck with me. But I think another big challenge was the crew camaraderie on board. And as a woman on board, that completely dictated my experience. So on some ships with great crew camaraderie, feeling like I was part of the team, it was really seamless and really a great experience. And on the flip side, when you feel like you're not part of the team and there's tension within the crew, that created a really big challenge for me on board. Some of the pros are the valuable skill sets that you get as a seafarer. And as a woman, that is something that has propelled my career because it's unexpected that I have the skill sets of a seafarer and I have the experience of a seafarer. And it's really provided some great job security over the years.
Thank you, Danielle. Now, can you recall what is the best piece of career advice you've been ever given and why? Kenneth, I will start with you.
Yes, please, can you repeat the question, ma'am?
Can you recall a best piece of advice with regards to your careers that you have ever received, and why this is very useful to your career as a seafarer?
My advice to those who are willing to become a seafarer, maybe they will embrace this kind of job because being seafarer is not just for everyone. Being a seafarer is a tough profession, especially when the guys are saying the challenges. So maybe these challenges will inspire the young generations to pursue this kind of career, just because this career is very rewarding for me, and just push yourself and to be part of this kind of career.
Thank you
That's
very
all.
much. Jomel.
So we all know that being a seafarer is a hard or a difficult job. So for those aspirant to become part of this industry or to become a seafarer, my advice to you, just dream it, work on it, because what you do today, what you are doing today will dictate your future. Set your goals. Even sometimes we feel that we are already out of our plan, keep it up. Follow the process. And do not be disappointed if something happens which is out of your plan. Anything happens for a reason. And of course, always trust God.
Thank you very much. Danielle, good piece of advice?
Sure. So my advice, looking back, and something that I wish that I did when I was sailing was to get a mentor. Find somebody who has made seafaring their career and has seen success in seafaring, and ask that person to mentor you during your seafaring time. And use that person, to when you're having a hard time on board, use that person to ask them how you're doing and ask them how you can move up to the next level, and really get someone who's on your side, someone who, as someone who does not have anybody else who's in the maritime industry, seafaring, let alone maritime industry, let alone military in my family. I wish I would have had someone who I could talk to about some of the issues that I was having while I sailed, and who can guide me through. So that's my biggest advice to anyone young thinking about a seafaring career is find yourself a good mentor.
Thank you, Danielle, for bringing this topic to our discussion, and we are going to focus later a little bit on this. And Irchen, a piece of advice, good piece.
Thank you. So, what advice was given to me that that stuck with me was, I think seafaring is not besting others, rather it's relating with them. It was given to me by one of my, I think it was a third officer during my first contract as a cadet. I and Daniel have been mentioning about the importance of camaraderie, of the social cohesion on board, because it makes or break your career, not really your career path, but your experience on board. I would echo the importance of mentorship on board, not only during the times that you are sailing, but it extends outside, even after you ended your contract already. Get in touch with them through LinkedIn, through WhatsApp, or even through email. Because who knows, one way or another, these people you may be sailing again with. Daniel emphasized that seafaring is a vast industry, let alone the maritime profession. Maritime exists also the military, the fishery sector, port management, and the likes. So what I'm trying to point out also is that do not limit yourself into one area of the maritime industry alone. Spread yourself. Take out short courses that will enliven, or go to professional organizations that you may probably know. Safety4Sea is a good resource. When I started my academic career, it's been one of the resources that I've been referring to when I'm writing my research, my articles, and my assignments. So those are the things. Widen your network, widen your knowledge base, and then raise your hand. Assertiveness is a key factor. Thank you.
Thank you, Irchen. Now, with regards to social life on board, socializing can sometimes be challenging. But we would like to hear from you, what are the main barriers to building strong social connections on board, and how do you think we can overcome this? Jomel?
Yes, ma'am. So for me, we have lots of barriers in socializing on board. And one of them is having different nationalities. Of course, we are not only Filipino, we're not only Ukrainian on board, if we are talking about mixed nationalities. If we have a mixed crew, of course, we have also different culture, we have different way of socializing on board. But on this time, we already have solution for that. So maybe it's not more barriers. It's not, we cannot consider anymore that time, but before it's a barrier. And also fatigue, busy schedule, and shift of work. Because some of the seafarer after their work, they prefer to take rest rather than socializing to other.
Okay, thank you, Jomel. Danielle?
So I'm probably not the best person to answer this question just because I haven't sailed in quite a while. But my understanding is actually connection to family at home has improved since my days of going to sea with Starlink and more connected vessels. And this is a great thing. However, I think we're seeing a little bit of a shift now where seafarers aren't spending their free time with each other, with their crew members, their crewmates, and instead they're using their free time to connect with family back home, which creates a little bit of an isolation with the crew. So I think maybe it's not the biggest communication challenge on board, but it is a little challenge, I think, for the modern seafarer now, and maybe a factor in creating less crew cohesion and camaraderie. So that's my take on communication.
Thank you, Daniel. Kenneth?
Yes. Maybe the barriers for me is also cultural differences, because on board I was sailing on mixed crew. I didn't experience full crew like us, Filipino. And also work schedule. Most of the time, container vessels, I was sailing on container vessels. We are only hours on port, and again transferred to another port, and again for how many hours? Maybe 6 hours, 8 hours, again sail to another port. So maybe that's one of the barriers on socializing on board, because most of the people I saw, they are very tired when it comes after work. They will just take their dinner and go back to sleep. Just again for tomorrow they will work. So maybe we can improve this one by offering more physical spaces, because we're conducting also some gatherings, just to have this conversation with each other. Maybe this leads to a more stronger team, and it can help the others to relieve their stresses also. So that's all.
Thank you. Thank you for the suggestions. And Adrian?
Thank you very much. I echo the suggestions given by Jomel, by Kenneth, and Daniel with regards to language barrier, intercultural crew, and then internet connection. That is a very controversial take you took there, Daniel. But just to echo Kenneth's point also when it comes to the spaces, that's one thing. I will address two things that for me is hindering the social cohesion on board. First, as Kenneth mentioned, is the spaces. As vessels are becoming bigger, the spaces we're in for public gatherings are getting smaller, or even the recreational things, for instance, what do you call that, movies or games lounges are decreasing when it comes to because they are not already giving importance to it, because they say when digitalization comes, crew will be reduced. And that's my second point with regards to manning certificates, because when there is minimum safe manning, mostly, not all, mostly will just go to minimum of the safe manning. So it ties nicely to their point when it comes to fatigue, because who else would want to go to talk with their crew when they can just go to rest or talk with their family, as Daniel pointed out when it comes to internet connection. So I think if we can invest more, let's go back again. I think it's one of the basics that I'm thinking, ergonomics, and then not treating the seafarers as commodities, but as people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adrian. Now, well, over the course of your career, what significant changes have you observed in the maritime industry, and particularly in life and work on board vessels? And Daniel, I'll start with you.
Sandra, can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Yes. What significant changes have you observed in the maritime industry, and particularly in life and work on board vessels, that have impacted maritime operations and life on board?
What particular, I'm sorry.
What's changes? For example,
changes.
Changes, yes.
Okay, sorry about that. It's a little faint over here. What particular changes have impacted life on board?
Considering the upcoming challenges of decarbonization, digitalization, let's say.
Yeah. Again, my sailing time was pretty short. I sailed for about 2.5 years right out of school. But one thing I did notice from the management side, ship management side, which I did work for one ship owner and then a local tug and barge owner in New York. And I noticed that there is a lot of burden on the masters of the vessels for paperwork and administration. There's a lot of emails going back and forth to the captain. And I think that that's maybe one thing where it serves a purpose. It serves, we do record things better. We are able to have safer ships because of some of this communication from the ship to shore. But I think it does take away a little bit of the time of the captain. And I think it does burden the ship a little bit with things that maybe they could be using their time otherwise, to work on crew cohesion or work on training in person. So yeah, I think the regulatory burden on board our seafarers is increasing and maybe not in the most positive way.
Thank you, Danielle, for that feedback. And Asian, what have you noticed?
Yeah, I'm thinking because I just started sailing, I think 7 years ago, and well, not much has happened since then, I should say. But okay, off the top of my head, you're correct when you mentioned, Sandra, about decarbonization. There is much push on what's going to be the next. So it has become a sense of confusion, of hesitance. I should say that for at least for my end. I'm speaking here as a seafarer again because am I going to still take that right training, or maybe after the next one there will be another? You have to think that these trainings are not just affecting the seafarers but also their families. Instead of them taking up their short time on ashore, taking with their family, they have to go to the trainings as well. But this is one good thing that happened during the pandemic, and which I think is valuable to your question: distance learning. So that's one thing that changed during the course of my at least 7 years. With the rise of the distance learning, seafarers can now join their webinars through like this, what we're doing, instead of physically going to the training centers. That's one. And secondly, I think that just popped out of my head is the rise of bloggers. It enabled the dissemination of information, may it be positive or negative when it comes to the seafaring sector, booming. So many people now know about the seafarers. The media is gaining traction when it comes to the World Maritime Day. And those are just the two things: trainings and then that one, bloggers. So thank you.
Thank you, Ilhen. Kenneth?
Yes, during my time, for almost let's say 7 years at what, also my career time is almost 8 years now. Sorry. I noticed that there's some big changes on maritime industry when it comes to safety, also automation on some ship. So as what you have said about this decarbonization. So as an engineer, we play a crucial role for this one because we need to take certain trainings just to be prepared to adopt this decarbonization. So as what I have said, there's plenty of trainings that we need to take. But for those engineers as me, it's a big opportunity for us to be part of this decarbonization because we with the help of these trainings, we can place ourselves competent enough to be part of this decarbonization. That's all.
Thank you very much, Jome.
Okay, so what changes I observe in maritime industry? Okay, I will talk particularly on the vessel. So I'm a deck personnel. So from what I observe, because before embarking on international vessel, I embarked first on a domestic vessel, which is like 50 to 60 years old. Can you imagine 50 to 60 years old? So there, our equipment is not so advanced. But when I embark on the international vessel, which is like, let's say 20, 15 or 10 years age. So the equipments on deck compare from the international vessels, which is new, than on the domestic vessel that I embarked before, which is old vessel. Now the equipment is very different. And this equipment can make the life or the job of the seafarers on board easier, make their job faster, and if they finish it earlier, they have more time to socialize or to have communication with their family.
That's great to hear that. Thank you a lot. Now, regarding welfare at sea, which is a crucial topic, how do you feel about the current state of well-being for seafarers? Are you happy? What improvements have you seen? What can we do in order to improve current conditions? Irhen, I will start with you.
All right, thank you very much. This is the question that let me think a while, please, first. Welfare, welfare, welfare. I think off the top of my head, I'm thinking charity organizations, mission to seafarers off the top of my head. Many people are doing mental health talks, and I applaud them for that. I like them for that. Although I'm still I don't know, perplexed if it's the right word, because much can be done. I know that for a fact, and having conversations such as this, having apps, having webinars is a start. I just don't know how important will it be after the webinar, or are we just doing it for certificates? But most importantly, I'm happy that many people are acknowledging the need for welfare. And well, I just remembered for the STCW, there is already the revision for the SASH, sexual abuse and sexual harassment, which is very much welcome. At least they're adding it as part of the Bible, so to speak. So I think that's just the thing I have to say with welfare as of the moment. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. And Danielle, Irhen mentioned the initiative that you as an American club have focused on this topic.
Absolutely. We have a number of different guidances for seafarer well-being and seafarer mental health. We also have a focus on SASH training right now, which is interesting because it focuses on not the full-on criminal behavior, but more nuanced behavior that leads into something later on down the line. But I'll get off that topic just a little bit of well-being and mental health, and I'll get back to talking a little bit about the conditions of seafarers on board, and where I see there's a need is really with the having the seafarers have that mentorship and have that guidance on board, and additionally treating the seafarer in a human way. I think gone is the day that the seafarer is a blue-collar worker. The seafarer is now a white-collar worker. Seafarer is essential to the operation of the maritime industry, And what we really need to do, I think, as an industry is recognize the seafarer not as, you know, a one-legged, one-eyed pirate type, but really a professional maritime person who is going to sea and doing the most important work out there. So I think that just that perspective change is something that is needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle. And Kenneth, what is your input about the well-being of seafarers?
Okay. Let's say about the crew welfare. Yeah. Maybe I will focus on mental health issues because on board most probably or most of the seafarers have encountered some mental health issues. So as a crew co-worker on board, we need to be to share problems on board, and maybe during this time we can say that company should make some move with regards to crew mental health on board. So that's all, ma'am.
Thank you. And Jomel?
Just think about it. Before these generations of vessels, just to receive message from our family. Of course, I didn't experience that because I am a new generation of seafarer. So the old seafarers will wait months just to receive a written message from their family, and they will send via the agent. The agent will bring on board. But now, look at the vessels that we have. We already have internet connection. And of course, when we arrive on different ports, somebody is selling SIM cards or any internet connections. So I can say that on today's generation of seafarers, as a new generation, I am happy to be on this generation, not on the previous generation or old generations. And also on our vessels right now, we have a lot of things to do, like gym. We have also TV to watch movies, and we even have some basketball court. Some of the vessels we have basketball court, even small, we can play there, and also table tennis. So yeah, I'm thankful to be on this generation of seafarers.
That's very nice to hear that, Jomel. And now, my next question is about mentoring. Since you all brought this topic in our discussion, I would like to know, first of all, if your personal experience, if you had the chance, the opportunity to learn from a mentor, and what does effective mentoring look like in practice? So, Irjen, we'll start with you.
Okay. I'm drawing up from experience if you can just give me 1 minute. I think off the top of my head, the best example I can get right now is sextant, using of sextant. Because, okay, we've been using it at school, in the academic, how to use it, and then solving. But when it comes to applications on board, it's where you can see the divide of how the old captain, as Jumel was pointing out, bridges the intergenerational divide. Because, sure, these old people, this is one thing that I want to say when it comes to mentoring. Sirs and ma'am, we are not here to replace you. We are here to complement you. And we need your input, we need your ideas for us to be able to also ascend on the ranks that you're able to go to. So I think that's the central tenet when it comes to, for me, the mentoring, is that the thinking that we are not here to replace you. We know that you're already advanced in your career, and we applaud you on that one. Help us to become like you. I think that's the end that I will give.
That's a great message, Irjen, actually. We need to collaborate at all fronts, right?
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that. And Kenneth, tell us if you had experienced the opportunity to be mentored, and what does effective mentoring?
For me, mentorship is a very valuable tool for personal development, also for profession development. So at sea, we face a lot of challenge, like whether it's technical or operational or environmental. So it's easier for us as young seafarers to take advice from our mentor to easily rectify what's or to have a quick solution to a problem, to this problem. So likewise, as to be mentor, I have the cadets also on board. So some of my knowledge I just being passed. No, I just pass to them, just for them to be prepared for the future, for their aspiring ranks on board. So the relationship was forged through mentorship and being a mentor and being a mentee. So to grow on this one, we need to help each other for being a mentor and being a mentee. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Danielle?
So in my experience, I've had really good mentors once I went ashore. And what's interesting is that the mentors ashore really invested in my career and in my success. And I think that model works really well. I think it worked well at sea during the old days when you took an apprentice on board and that apprentice was shadowing a ship's officer to become an officer themselves. So I think we've lost that a little bit, maybe because we have a lot of training facilities ashore now and a lot less training is happening on board. But I think that that process really creates an investment. Maybe that looks like senior leaders on board a ship in truly investing in the younger generation and bringing them up, maybe having something to do with their hiring process, which that means once they get on board, they're more invested in their success and they're more accountable for their moving up. And maybe they're rewarded for that younger generation being moved up within their vessel. But I don't think we see too much of that right now in the industry, but I think it's something that would be really valuable to ship life.
Ilhan, I see that you would like to add the comment right here.
Yeah, but maybe later I'll let Jamel speak first. Thank you, Daniel, for that suggestion, though. It's a good point.
Okay, so Jomel?
To be honest, I'm a type of person who learns better when somebody's teaching me or mentoring me than learning by myself. So that's why I'm very thankful for those guys, especially for those officers who became part of my journey as a seafarer. I've been with lots of third officer who taught me something about this industry and this industry. Actually, since we were born on this earth, on this planet, somebody's already mentoring us, from our parents to our teachers until now. We always learn from somebody. But experience is still the best teacher. So right now, in my previous vessel, I don't have cadets. So I just got promoted also as a third officer. Then one time there is one OS who just got embarked on the vessel. And I'm so happy because he was so eager to learn. He wants to learn what's the job of third officer or an officer. And I passed my knowledge, what I know, what I encounter, my experience. I pass it to him, teach him some lessons or the job, what I'm doing.
Thank you very much, Zomel. And I'm coming back to you, Irchen, because you would like to add something.
Yeah, I'm just going to jump on the point that Daniel made when it comes to eh, incentivization. I think that's the right or the legal way, I should say. Incentivizing the mentors to mentee the people who are there, then self-fulfillment or sense of satisfaction for themselves. But if companies or ship owners can give monetary contributions, so to speak, or because what's a better way, what's a better driver than money, right? For their mentor-mentee relationship, so that there's more senior officers or actually mentoring their maybe cadets or OS, just like Jumel is doing, right? I'm just thinking out loud. Thank you very much, Sandra.
Thank you. Thank you for the great suggestion all of you have done. Mentoring is a vital tool. It can enhance learning and knowledge. And what great ideas that you shared. So let me ask you now, what makes a good seafarer? What are the skills and qualities that you believe are most important for success in the maritime profession? Jomel.
Okay, so what skills? You're asking for what skills, right?
Yes, yes.
So based on myself, of course, because
Yes,
I'm a seafarers now. So for me, being able to cope for whatever happens, and also for me, the most important is you really, once you really love this job, you really love this profession. That's for me. It's very easy. If you love something, you can do anything.
That's so true and important. Thank you, Jomel, for raising that point. And Kenneth?
Yes, for skills, right? Maybe I can say communication skills also we need to partake. Yeah, to improve communication skills, we can easily communicate with other people on board. For us seafarers, we are having hard time to communicate because there are some language barriers on board. So maybe communication skills I will prefer to be enhanced. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And Danielle, what makes a good seafarer?
Well, I think we can see with the rest of our panel what makes a good seafarer, because these guys are just awesome. I think as a risk person, someone who's in marine insurance now, I have to say safety. Somebody who's safety minded makes a good seafarer. But also having that enthusiasm and absolutely loving being at sea also makes a great seafarer. And then finally, good character. And I think you can see that with our panel today. People with good character are going to step up, be the mentors, run a really great ship. So those are the three that I can think of that are most important. Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle. And Irchen, what is your take?
Thank you very much. I think for me, I will be giving 4 points. So it will be the acronym YIMO. First is why youthfulness. Basically, because you have to have the vibrance of the youth, the curiosity of a child to be able to strive in this profession. It's constantly changing, and we all know the adage, change is constant. So that's one, youthfulness and curiosity. I is interpersonal, as both Jumel and Kenneth has mentioned. We both need communication skills, and going along with this is leadership potential. That's mindfulness. You need mindfulness as to what you're doing. As Danielle has mentioned, it's about safety, not only the physical safety aspect, as well as the psychological safety aspect, which ties nicely to the point of mental health that we were discussing a while ago. Last is openness. Oh, because as I mentioned, we do not know everything all at once. We have to rely on our comrades on board. We have to be adaptable to change. So I think that's all for me. YIMO. That's youthfulness, interpersonal skills, mindfulness, and openness. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Irchen. Now, in your view, has the maritime industry developed an attractive working environment for young people to join today? What needs to be done further? Danielle, I would like to start with you.
So I think there are really good pros of the seafaring profession. I mean, you get free lodging, free meals, free travel. The pay is really good in comparison with other trades. And I think, yeah, I think that it is an attractive area for younger people coming in. I think there's generational differences. I think a younger generation is putting value, I think, more on family time, which creates challenges because that is one of the biggest cons of seafaring is being away from family for long periods of time. So there's just some things that are inevitable about the industry, you know, that you have to spend time away. But I think there's ways that we're doing a good job in balancing that, getting people off the vessel and rotating people through, doing things like that, I think are going to be essential to the next generation.
Thank you. Irjen?
Okay, thank you very much. I think I'm going to say it's still an attractive profession, but honestly, let's face it, it's not always rainbows and butterflies out there. They say that seafaring profession is just a starting point, like a stepping stone, so to speak, for a next better career, for a business wise, for business or for whatever it is that you're attaining in life. But I think one thing that Gen Zs mostly are particular is about culture. People tend to stay on a job if it benefits them not only financially or monetarily, but especially if it uplifts their sense of self. Maslow's hierarchy of needs gives us the physiological safety, belonging, and then the end their self-actualization. So I think that's one of the key things for us to be able to entice the new generation. What is it for them? Other than what Danielle mentioned, that it's offering free lodging, perhaps we have to change how we brand the maritime industry, especially at these times when we are having, the market is. I don't want to say that, but you know, the financials being on board, you don't have to spend so much money. You have free food, you have free lodging, and then yeah, traveling. So I think those are just some of my things I'm adopting. But thank you.
Thank you, Irjen. And Kenneth, what is your input?
Okay, to the young people, maybe it's very attractive when it comes to salary. First is the salary, also career development opportunities for the young people. And this career also involves work-life balance. This what you call this one? This attract young people, especially salaries that what I mentioned earlier, salaries, adventures, and also job security. And maybe the industry continues to adapt to this to the expectation of the younger generations. Maybe more younger seafarers will come on board. That's all.
Thank you, Kenneth and Jomel.
So I think, yeah, maritime industry has made progress on improving working condition or environment that attracts lots of talent for today. Just think about, for example, here on Philippines, when you just walk outside, you can saw somebody's wearing the uniform of a seafarer, so a student. Yeah? And when you watch videos on maybe on a Facebook, on a YouTube, you can see a lot of vlogs or videos which is concerning about seafarers. And you can see that some of them is showing more good side of being seafarers than on the other side. So I can say, yeah, this maritime industry is attracting more seafarers today.
Thank you, Jomel. Now, I would like to ask you one favorite question here at Safety4Sea. If you could change one thing to improve the quality of life on board, what would you change and why? I would like to start with Irchen.
Sandra, 1 second. I'm still thinking. I'm sorry.
Okay, take your time. Daniela, you okay? Okay. No.
If you can just go back to me, thank you very much. I will think.
I go back to you, Irchen. So if you're ready, and you are ready, of course, tell us one thing. I know there are more than one thing, but just focus on in one thing that you would like to change from your perspectives, and why. Okay.
Oh,
Yes.
was that a question for me?
So, okay. I got confused. Sorry. I will give you some time, Ilse, and we'll go to Danielle if she is ready to answer. I know there are many things, maybe, but just pick one thing that you would like to see the next day, let's say, to see a big change, something that will make a difference for life on board, for our seafarers. So, Danielle.
Okay, something that I'd like to see change. Well, you know, I would love to see that every seafarer is able to, I mean, I would love to see a true elimination of any risk to a seafarer at sea. And I think that that's not something that can happen overnight. But as we progress in technologies and as our seafarers become more competent, and as we get more people, as we described before, that have good character, that are safety minded, I think we can achieve safety for all seafarers that sail, and I think that's my biggest push and wish for the maritime community, is the safety of our very, very amazing seafarers.
That's true. And Danielle, thank you for stressing, emphasizing on the important topic of safety. Safety first, of course, the challenges are many, but let's not forget that it's a high priority, always to maintain the safety of our seafarers. And Kenneth, would you like to tell us one thing?
Maybe one thing that I will change to have a quality of life on board, there will be a high-speed internet connection. As far during my time when I sailed on different vessels, internet connection is not that strong, let's say. And also, with a small amount of data, it will cost you a lot. Yeah. So I was thinking if we could improve this internet connection on board, maybe it will help us to have a faster communication ashore. Also, for socialization, we can use this one because it provides entertainment. And also, if you have some research, it's very easy for you to make some research if you have a faster internet connection. So therefore, improving internet connection on board would have most far-reaching positive impact on overall quality of life on board for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenneth. Also a very important topic that you highlighted, and the many opportunities that brings connectivity on board. Jomel?
If there is one thing I want to change for a better life on board, is this. I'm not saying that all officers or all management level is like this, but we cannot avoid that maybe one or two officer or management is like this on board. How they treat the lower ranks. Okay, let's say the ratings. Because not everybody treats the ratings equal as an officer. But remember, these guys or these personnel on board, we should consider them as our family. Just imagine we are like 20 or 21, how many persons on board, and we all together on 3 months, 4 months, how many months? So for me, even the ratings, we should consider treating them equal as an officer and as a family. Just, yeah, that's it. Never treat them like a tools that when you need them, use them. And then if you didn't need them, ignore them. Not like that. They are humans that have emotions. That's for me.
Thank you very much, Zomel. And this brings to my mind that what Ishil said, we need to collaborate on board, not to be afraid. And Ishan, now it's your turn.
Right. Thank you very much, Sandra. So I think for me, if I can change one thing, is that I'll also include the crewing officers, people who are working in the crewing companies, because come to think of it, they are the first point of contact when we are being deployed. When we return home, it's them who also we see. When we have problems on board, as Daniel pointed out, we also email them. So they also need to have some sort of awareness, more than awareness, probably training or a continuous learning path. I know that some nationalities already have their bachelor degree for crewing operations or for logistics management, but for us also here in the Philippines, it's something to think about. Probably I would go so far as to suggest perhaps if we have the STCW for fishers, we have the one for seafarers, why not one for crewing officers or an small model course for what do you call that for crewing professionals? Just thinking from the top of my head. So I think it's one thing that I would, if I can, suggest. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ishan. Well, now, as we conclude our discussion, let's close with a key message from you and advice for those that are interested in joining a career at sea. Just a brief message to conclude our discussion. Kenneth?
Yes, ma'am. My key advice to young people who are interested at career at sea is to embrace both challenges and opportunities that comes with it, and to always remain adaptable and curious to what your officers would work. And career at sea can be incredibly rewarding and unique experiences may encounter also on board. And remember, career at sea is not just a job. It's a lifestyle that requires passion and perseverance and also a sense of purpose. That's all for me.
Thank you, Kenneth. Jomel?
Okay, so my advice for those who aspire to become a seafarer is I will share my motto in life. So my motto in life is the best way to predict your future is to create it. So it means what you do today, what you are doing today will be your future. So for those who aspires to become a seafarer, please start doing it now. Mentoring, or listen, seminars, attend some trainings, or whatever that will help your career to grow more and to become stronger. And also, when you want to become a seafarer, please prepare yourself. Seafaring is not an easy job. It's always require additional skills and also patience and so on. Just be ready when you are joining the vessel. That's it for me.
Thank you, Jomel. Danielle?
So my message is going to be kind of generally for the industry, but my one message will be hire that young person to go to sea, hire that woman for your vessel also, and then embrace that young person on board and embrace that woman who goes to sea once they're on board. Because I think that's going to just make our industry that much better when we have young folks, when we have diversity on board. Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle. And Dirchen?
Thank you very much. For me, I think my parting words would be, when you got that coverall, when you wear that stripes, it's no longer your color, no longer your gender, no longer your age that's speaking. So the best thing, I think, I'm stuttering, the best thing that you started your seafaring career is when you embarked on your first subject at school. Because it's when you will realize how, I don't know, I'm going to stutter again on this one. But yeah, thank you very much. I'm sorry. I could have done better.
Oh, thank you for all the messages that you shared during our discussion. Thank you, everyone. It's time to conclude our discussion. I want to sincerely thank each one of you for participating in this panel and sharing your authentic insights into life on board. Let's carry forward all the positive messages that you shared. Thank you also for providing the challenges and the opportunities, the both sides of this journey. Exciting times surely lie ahead for the shipping industry. So, thank you very much for the discussion. Stay tuned as the final panel of the event is coming up next. Hello everyone and welcome to the last panel of our CAREER4SEA Forum. This panel aims to emphasize the growing importance of soft skills and explore ways to implement innovative training methods. Over the next hour, we are looking forward to hearing from our esteemed experts strategies for effective training, upskilling and reskilling of the existing and the future maritime workforce. Without further ado, let me introduce our panelists in alphabetical order. We are happy to be joined by Chirag Bahri, International Operations Manager at IceOne. Welcome, Chirag. We are delighted to welcome Amalia Marcu, Crew Director and HR Manager at NSL Trai. Welcome, Amalia. We are also excited to be joined by Marios Minou, Deputy Crew Manager at Latchcom Marine Management. Welcome, Marios. And we are pleased to feature in our panel discussion Marina Papaioannou, Regional Maritime Academies Manager at DNV and Vista Hellas representative. Welcome, Marina. Welcome, everyone. I'm looking forward to hearing your perspective. So let's start with my first question. And I would like to ask you, how is the maritime industry evolving, especially in terms of workforce needs? Chirag?
So thank you for having us here. Very pleased to be part of this panel. We need to understand that the technology is evolving at a very fast pace, and our seafarers also need to adapt to it at that fast pace as well. And then it's important to understand the agility, the change agility, which we need to have the adaptation and the thrive in this rapidly changing environment is absolutely necessary. We need to involve a lot of resilience, flexibility, and the willingness to embrace the uncertainty which is happening because of the new fuel which is coming in, the decarbonization processes which are happening. All of these require new skills to be added, or the reskills or upskills to be added to the existing seafarers as well. And this in this today's dynamic world, when the change agility is more than important than ever. If you look at the new market trends, the customer demands, the new technologies emerging and all that, I think we have to understand how our seafarers are also coping up with so much of pressure and so much of uncertainty around that what the future would look like. So we need to understand both the side that yes, the technology is evolving very fast, but are our seafarers able to adapt to that new technology? Are we our seafarers prepared for the well future enough right now? What we all need to do together to make them, transit this particular phase where they will be able to retain in the maritime field, and also we also ensure that our maritime field is also attracting the new younger talent, and it's an attractive industry. So I think we need to have that open-mindedness approach, as well as ensure that we take everybody along with it as a partner in this journey of the technological that adaptation that we are having it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chirag. Malia.
Thank you also from my side for the invitation. So as mentioned by Shiraz, the shipping industry is undergoing a significant transformation driven by technology and new environmental regulations and changing market dynamics. So some of the technical skills that our seafarers need to develop in the future you will be training about digitalization, automation, decarbonization and sustainability, and training about cybersecurity, which is also new in the industry, as well as big data analytics, that they have to deal with big data analytics, the seafarers in the next generations. Together with the technical skills that they will have to develop, they also need to adapt in more soft skills. And in future technology of training, like using artificial intelligence training and virtual trainings, methodologies, be more adaptable in learning and problem solving, critical thinking, those better communication, leadership skills, more enhanced. So all those are skills that our future seafarers will need to develop and adapt, and we have to support them in this and give them all the means to have the possibilities to develop in these directions. Thank you.
Thank you, Malia. Marios, what is your input?
Thank you from my side as well for the invitation. Happy to be part of this panel. In regards to your question, I think that it has been all the comments noted so far are very, very correct. I would split the skills needed in two parts. First part is the technical one, which requires some technical knowledge on ballast water treatment systems, on dual fuel engines, on ECDIS, on reading the weather providers, the weather routes. And the second part would be the soft skills, which in this part I want to emphasize because it is a very critical and a part that needs to emphasize further, because leadership, communication, the mentality of one team, they are very critical for the seafarers and in general in the shipping sector, I would say, both for those working on board and ashore. So having a growth mindset in our minds is very important. The industry is evolving very fast. Many changes are coming rapidly without notification. So we need to adapt and we need to adjust ourselves pretty fast. Leadership is the key for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marios. Marina?
Hello from my side as well. Thank you very much for inviting me to this very interesting panel. I will try to combine both my both my hats when answering the questions. We we're facing future technologies such as artificial intelligence and machine learning, Internet of Things, big data and predictive analytics, blockchain and virtual and augmented reality. And all these will have a significant impact on seafarers in the years to come. So in the immediate future, it will mainly be on decarbonization and digitalization that we will need to require the acquisition of new skills. Training on communication technologies, advanced analytics, digital twins, cybersecurity, remote and autonomous operations. These are just to name a few that will transform the seafaring profession. And at the moment, we call this upskilling. But we will also need strong personal skills or human skills. I don't like the word soft skills, to be honest, as opposed to hard skills. But leadership, communication, teamwork, situational awareness, resilience will be even more needed to perform efficient tasks in such a complex environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Marina. Thank you for emphasizing on all these seeming challenges. There are many indeed. At this point, I would like to ask you, do you foresee a significant crew shortage in the near future? And if so, where should ship operators focus their efforts to address this challenge? Considering all these challenges that you mentioned and the discussion that maybe there is going to be a crew shortage. What are your projections and what are your suggestions in order to address this challenge? Chirag?
So I think I will refer back to the Just Transition report, which states that they have predicted that there is a acute shortage of the skilled labor that they foresee in the next coming years. And that is where I think we all need to gear up and how we can skill our people more. I think the seafarers will be there. Seafarers will be coming from the developing nations, no doubt in that. But I think we need to skill them with the latest adaptation to the new technologies which are changing in over the place right now on ships. Apart from that, I think we also need to understand that these seafarers, we need to make our industry attractive as well to them. Are we getting the right people for the right job on board ship? We need to regularly ask this question to us. How are the seafarers looking at this as an option to join ships? This maybe couple of decades back, maybe seafarers were coming from one particular region of the world, but today that region may not be existing anymore. We need to find a few more another regions where still maybe the tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 cities seafarers are looking forward to join ship. But how we can make sure that they are respected, their dignity is also maintained, and then also they feel being part of this entire maritime field as well. So we need to have that inclusive environment to ensure that these seafarers who are coming in the next one, they feel inclusive to be part of this entire. There should be no gender based reasons. There should be no race or skin color based reasons for them. They will feel more happier to be part of it. And we need to look into that. What are they looking? Do they want from the industry as well? We need to address that as well. We need to take their regular feedback and look and then try and bring out our policies accordingly. I think, yes, definitely there's a skilled labor shortage, as I said earlier. Thank you.
Thank you, Chirag. Marius?
This is very sensitive for us because we are crew related, so this is always a top priority to make sure that the company's needs are duly met. As a company, we have a human-oriented policy. Also, one of our basic pillars is the care for people and one team. So what we always discuss with our seafarers is that we invest on them and we want to have a strong and close relationship with them. I believe that if the seafarers feel, the future seafarers, I mean, starting from the cadet academies, because we are visiting many of them during the years. So we start from the beginning of their career to discuss and to identify the young talents. I believe that if those youngsters believe that the future within the shipping sector is what they expect to have, that they have, let's say, benefits, they have a good work-life balance, they have flexible contracts, let's say, which this way they will manage to have a normal life both on board and ashore. And with the competitive salaries that are already being provided, I think that these are the key measures to secure the future. Of course, there are discussions in regards to the upcoming shortages. However, I believe that the industry will once again find a solution, and we will avoid any issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Marios. Amalia.
So to answer the first part of your question, yes, the industry anticipate that we're going to have shortages in the future, and it's the time now to move on and create channels with the young generation to make our industry attractive to them. So as a whole industry, we need to attract these young people, and a good way to do this is by offering them the training challenges that will make them feel attractive to our industry. We need to visit the schools and the academies and the universities and promote our industry, promote the benefits. By showing them good success stories, speaking about success stories, and maybe also by looking in diverse talent and diverse industries, like focusing on women's maybe at sea more. The last year we do focus on women at sea, but maybe we have to take it more seriously and make the industry more attractive to the women, so more easy for women to join ships. And maybe also on countries or nationalities that seafaring is not very famous and not very much aware of. Maybe we should also do some steps towards these countries and attract people from these kind of countries to join the maritime industry. And a big nation for this is the African nation, that we can, as an industry, make some movements and attract some talents to join our industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Amalia. And Marina, what is your input?
Well, I think we've heard more or less everything from the previous panelists, so there's not much from my side to add. Where I would like to focus, although I agree with everything that has been said so far, is that I think that the key is in the new profile of the seafarer that we will be seeing in the future. And these people will have to be much more trained and on advanced training topics like IT or various technical issues that are not currently used. And I think that this will create a new pool of young people whom we could attract in the shipping industry. And this is where we need to focus, because we will need these new skills. Young people will acquire them, but what we as industry need to do is combine both and try to bring these people in and make shipping attractive for them. This will be the key, I think, from my point of view. Thank you.
Thank you, Marina. Now, what role do technologies like AI and blockchain play in shaping future training needs and approaches? Marios?
Yes, actually, this is a more technical question. However, my input on this is more general in regards to the technological advances. We all live the days that AI is applies everywhere, applies in our everyday life, applies in our smartphones, in our cars, everywhere. So same will apply sooner or later also on board our vessels. What is important is to avoid and to make sure that the seafarers will not lose their seamanship, they will not lose their basic knowledge and their basic characteristics are seafarers, and not only count on the technological advances that they will have on board. Let's say that the ECDIS goes off. They need to read the chart. They need to know, to make a plot. So it is important to have both sides of knowledge. And once those applications and the technology will apply on board, we need to have the security, of course, because cybersecurity has increased priority during last years, make sure that the vessels are safe, and afterwards train seafarers to use technology on a positive way.
Thank you, Marios. Chirag?
So I would also like to begin with that we need to use this new technologies or the adaptation as more enablers to us. We need not be fear about them, that what is AI, what is blockchain and all that. I think what we need to learn is that this is going to be the future. It is going to be there with us. What we need to do is that we need to just try and understand about it a bit better, how it can help me in my work on a day-to-day basis, and then look into it that how I can enable myself, how I can upskill myself using the AI or the blockchain technologies which are emerging. And I think this is going to be a lot of data-driven industry, data management and data analysis is going to be required. So it's not just the the traditional seafaring will not be the same as such. There'll be a lot of data analysis and data monitoring management will be required. I think that will really help the seafarers as well in the future. So I think those skills are also very much necessary and to take it ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Marina?
Yes, I fully understand the concern that Marios expressed just now, and I fully concur also with Chirag's comments regarding the use of AI and how we should make it work for us. I think the integration of artificial intelligence in shipping has the potential to bring significant advancements. So it can automate various processes and tasks, like vessel routing or cargo optimization and maintenance planning. So it can increase efficiency, reduce human error, and of course, what's most important, improve safety. So this is where we should actually see the benefit of using AI in shipping. And as for blockchain technology, on the other hand, has the potential to secure and track supply chains, ensure the integrity of cargo, and reduce the risk of fraud. So by providing a secure and transparent record of transactions, blockchain technology can improve the trust and reliability of supply chain management. So both technologies can have a very important added value for shipping, so long as we use them prudently and safely. Thank you.
Marina, thank you for emphasizing that safety remains a key priority. And Amalia, what is your input?
I believe that AI will influence future trainings and training approaches for our seafarers. We can, with the use of real-time scenarios that AI enable us, train our seafarers in complex ship operations. We can train them in how to deal with crisis management, with equipment, safety drills. The training with the use of AI can be personalized and can assist individual seafarers to identify their required skills and train them specifically on these skills. Using such technologies, it will assist our seafarers to have access on trainings from home, from mobile activities. So it makes training very much accessible to all the seafarers. And I think that it will have a big influence. It will have a big influence on how we will develop our approach towards training in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Malia. Chirag?
I think I've already covered about the AI and the blockchain. So
Yes, all of you. Sorry for that. Now, moving on with my next question, let's emphasize, focus on the importance of soft skills, or if you prefer, human skills, as you mentioned, Marina. So why is it important to bring into the discussion soft skills? Oh, you have already mentioned, actually, why we should focus on soft skills, but let's emphasize and give us your advice to the young people how they could develop those skills for their career development. Chirag?
I think when we say the human skills or the soft skills, I think the word comes is empathy. I think we need to, it's not just only in the shipping career when you're on ship, it's also in your day-to-day life, all along your entire life. We all of us need to have a feeling of empathy. We need to understand that how would I react if something of that nature would happen to me, of what is, or how I can put myself in the other person's shoes and try and understand that what that person would be going through, and how would I can be a try to support. If we can bring that element into our one important skill that we can bring into our day-to-day dealings with that people, I think there will be significant change that we will see in people, how we are caring for each other, how we are thinking of our policies, and in the implementation of those policies as well, right from the top till the bottom. Everybody is part of those implementation process. If we understand that empathy and the leadership skills are very crucial for a seafarer to develop in today's changing world. So I would say that I think the leadership skills is, it's not that you need to be a master or chief engineer to get a leadership skill. Anybody on board ship, any human being, would need to have a leadership skill so that they can take along their team, their colleagues, along with their decisions. It's not a one-way process. It's not like not me and not you. It should be like we are together in this entire thing. So I think that we need to always ensure that our seafarers are able to comprehend these skills easily. Thanks.
Thank you. Marina?
Yes, it's been mentioned already how important human skills are, not just for shipping, as Ira said, for everything that we do for every profession and for everything that we do in our everyday life, but especially for shipping, now that we will be dealing with even more complex situations in the future, and we will need to identify critical issues, safety issues, train our people on board through mentoring, through other processes. This is very, very important for our people to have these soft skills. Leadership, of course, is number one, but as already mentioned, it's not only leadership. It's also communication and teamwork, situational awareness, resilience, understanding, effective listening. It's so many things that one needs to possess in order to be able to make a team, make a vessel, home for the people who are working there. So to create this environment where people will feel safe and motivated to work and give their best selves, it needs all these skills, also from people ashore, but especially on board for captains and chief engineers. I think it's imperative that they have at least leadership skills. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Amalia?
From our current experience, we see that the seafarers, they do have the technical knowledge and they do have the experience, and we train and retrain them the whole time on technical skills. And what we can identify that we lack on is the so-called soft skills or human skills. It is extremely important that we have proper communication channels on board, that people communicate in an effective way on board, that they develop listening, situational awareness before starting a job, that they all have the same understanding and the same risk awareness of what can, if something goes wrong, what are the effects and how big are the effects. So all these are skills that we need to focus and that will be developed by developing individual seafarers' human skills. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, because you are frozen, sorry. So yes, it is already very important. It will become much more important, the development of such skills for the seafarers nation because of all these changes and environmental regulations that are coming into the shipping industry in the next couple of years. Thank you.
Thank you, Amalia. Marios, what is your input?
Yes, I totally agree with what it has been discussed so far with the comments. I would add some points which are connected with the latest CAREER 2.0 vetting inspections, where everybody understood the importance of having seafarers well-trained in all aspects, both technical-wise and soft skills-wise, where from top to bottom, every seafarer counts. Every seafarer needs to have a basic knowledge, and let alone the technical knowledge, he needs to have the skills to communicate, to discuss, and to listen what is being questioned on him, to give the right response. So you understand the importance on this. I believe that the soft skills is a lifelong experience. It's not something that takes place, let's say, prior one joining. It's something that is continuous and never ending. So, and same applies also to the office. I think that everyone involved in the shipping industry should have the mentality that we every day learn, and we need to every day have a growth mindset. So to adjust ourselves in the environment and to upskill ourselves. Of course, this demands leadership skills. We are leaders of ourselves, first of all, so we need to lead ourselves prior leading others. And we need to lead by example also to the seafarers and the youngsters. Thank you.
Thank you, Marius, for the feedback. So how the training should adapt to these new realities in order to seafarers to keep pace with the developments and stay competitive and enhance their knowledge, first of all. Chirag?
I think we need to look into what the new technology. I think the new technologies can play a very important role in also learning. Now we can get the people to learn via AI or via virtual reality or augmented realities and all that. We need to use all of these technologies which are available so that it is the language which our today's generation speak about. They are the technological kids, as we say. They are born and brought up with their mobiles in their hands, right? So they know better how to use. I'm just giving an example. They know better how to use a mobile phone rather than if you go to a 40, 45 years of age of person. So I think we need to leverage on that and make more use of this AIs, the VRs and ARs, more augmented realities and virtual realities. So to make the concept more clearer to our younger ones, and so that they can adapt to the new environment altogether in a very fast pace. Also they understand that what the trainings they have got and also the e-learnings and a lot of that skills that they can keep on adding on by the different kind of e-learning programs. I think that we also needs to be emphasized as well in their curriculums. Thank you.
Thank you, Chirag. Marina, what is your input?
Well, I think that the industry should not just encourage, but rather lead the way towards the continuous learning, reskilling, and upskilling of the human element. The human element in shipping is its most important asset. And if we wish to continue trading in a safe, efficient, and effective environment, we need to change the mentality, invest in training. We need to allow and dedicate time for people to absorb the changes that are happening around us. We need to allow them time to familiarize themselves with new developments and develop the skills that we need for our industry to evolve. The need for maritime professionals to have an in-depth understanding of the complex systems on their vessels is ever growing, and we need to provide our people with the environment in which they will acquire the competencies and talents they need to thrive, and through them, we will also thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Marina. Amalia?
So we
we can't hear you well, clearly.
We have to use all the technology that. So, can you hear me now? We need to use all the technology available and all the needs that we have to deliver the training more efficient and more effective to the young seafarer, to the young person. The use of simulation training, the use of blended learning, maybe combination of online and classroom training. Very much the use of onboard training so that people learn on board and develop themselves on board. Also, we need to create, as companies, a culture of lifelong learning so that the new seafarers coming into the industry, they need to know that this is a continuous process and that is an industry that has a lot of rapid development. So they have to continuously be adaptable and be able to learn and develop their skills. And implement more flexible ways of learning, maybe smaller module, maybe smaller sessions, so that use of mobile apps for learning, make it very attractive to the young generation of seafarers. Thank you.
Thank you, Amalia. And Marios?
As Ms. Papaioannou correctly stated, I think that the human element is the key. And the companies and the whole industry should invest on this and should feel free and to encourage them to participate in both technical and human-oriented skills. I believe that the increased demand and the increased, knowledge that seafarers need to have, lead companies and force companies to have a robust training schemes. Otherwise, I could say that minimum requirements could not be met as well. So my suggestion is a blending, a mixing of attendances in classrooms, which should not be cancelled, should not be replaced from AI or from videos. However, we should also use technology. Technology is here to assist, as it has been mentioned previously. So we should take advantage, use it on our benefit, on a good way, and support seafarers to attend in both cases. In LATSCO, speaking about ourselves, we have our own in-house training center where we have some where seafarers can attend both deck and engine department simulators and some tailor-made courses which are tailor-made, and they are based on seafarers' performance reviews and their request. So seafarers are supported to make request what training they need or what training they feel they have to attend in order to upskill themselves. So we proudly support them.
Thank you, Marios. Now, in order to attract diverse talents, what initiative actions would you like to see related to diversity and inclusion to take place in the maritime industry? Amalia?
So attracting diversity talents, it's a challenge in the shipping industry, especially because it's an industry that moves very slowly. So also moving towards diversity goes very slowly. We need to offer opportunities to the new talent. And to do that, we have to change our policy or review our policy at least. Reach out to programs and innovative training approaches. Revise our recruitment strategies and recruitment policies so that we can attract and be able to accommodate also diverse talent. Speak about the good things of the industry and approach all these diverse talents and speak about the good things of the industry and the nice side of the shipping, but also make them aware about what are the difficulties and what are the challenges that they will face when following such this type of job, so that they are fully aware and with our assistance be able to co-op. I think, again, the focus should be on accessible and flexible training programs to attract the diverse talents into the industries, to this industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Malia. Marios?
I believe that if we want to attract talents, we as a company, we as the sector, as the industry, we need to make the first step. And what I mean from this is that we need to go to them. We need to visit the marine academies to see what difficulties they face, to meet them in person, to interview them. Also, same can be done in the universities, in polytechnic schools, meaning for the HR departments that need to source the office. So we need to make this the first step and meet the next generation on our own, not just wait for some applications to come. In order to be, to have the advantage, we can also set some business days at the office where the cases that we have identified as strong cases, they can visit us and meet the persons, see how the career development within the company started and developed. In our company, let's say we have some senior managers who have started their career since as deck cadets or engine cadets. So they have completed their full sea service, reaching the top level on board, and afterwards moving ashore via a shore assignment and starting their career ashore. So this is also a good example to show them that you can do both. It's up to you. Of course, the new generation is more challenging, and we need to adjust what we want from them. So providing them some benefits and good work-life balance, as mentioned before, is also a key for the companies.
Thank you, Marios. Chirag?
Yeah, so shipping has been a male-dominated industry, and we are all agreeing that we are trying to bring in more diversity into the maritime thing. On one side, we just discussed about that there is a shortage of skilled labor that we foresee right now in various reports that we have mentioned in the previous discussion. How do we attract more talent to join shipping? I think that's the key here, that if we have to attract more women also and other genders also to come and join shipping in order to look after the huge gap of skilled labor that we really need. I think our decision should be on the policy should not be made for any particular gender oriented thing, but also it should be as inclusive as possible. We need to ensure that the problems being faced by the minorities on board are looked after well. The people who are in majority, like the males right now, how can they become allies for the women also on board ships so that they can work together closely on board and have a psychological safer environment on board? See, the talent will only come when they foresee themselves to be working in a safer environment, and also they also have what is the opportunities after the sailing life for them. It's because if women are going to join shipping, we need to also make sure that we have policies in place how they can be relocated after marriages, when they have children, how they can work from home and for the industry, for the shipping industry as well. So we need to have a career progression growth or path for them as well, so that that talent will then only come when they see that there is a future for them in the industry. It's just not about the sailing days, it's also about the career growth, entire career growth for them as well. So I think these steps we need to really take to ensure that we have a very diverse and crew come on board, and we are able to sustain the gap that we foresee is going to come for the skilled labor. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Marina.
As far as the first part, attracting diverse talent is concerned, I think that the young generation is the key there. And we already discussed about how close they are to technology. So the use of modern technology and skills to respond to the needs of digitalization and sustainability, for instance, can promote the repositioning of maritime professionals and professions at both sea and ashore. As a prospective career where newcomers can apply their talent in innovation, widen their knowledge on sustainability issues, and deepen their mastery on digitalization. So new skills support mobility and can enhance the attractiveness of a career in shipping, which is very important. And if appropriately integrated in maritime education and training, including lifelong learning. This is also very important. But to continue from where Shira just finished and putting my WISTA hat on now, I also need to stress out that the importance of facilitating women's participation in the seafaring profession is of great importance. And we need to allow them. Shipping industry and mainly shipping companies need to commit themselves in facilitating women's training sessions. I mean, the time they spend on board for their training. This is the most difficult part. Once women go through this, then they can join as crew in many vessels, and we have seen excellent examples around us. Thank you.
Thank you for emphasizing these points. Now, collaboration is a new fuel, they say many stakeholders. So how can we collaborate as an industry? All stakeholders join their efforts in order to enhance learning and support young professionals in the maritime workforce. Marios?
Yes. I believe that the collaboration between those three parties that you mentioned, the stakeholders, the institutions, educational institutions, and the government is very important. We cannot say that there is in 100% compliance right now. There is always room for improvement and a better level of cooperation. However, I believe that this is a very complex, very complex scheme, which needs to be evaluated very often and adjust on the market needs. The companies and the companies need to come closer to the universities, so the agendas and the training lessons that the personnel goes there need to be updated. We cannot have the same, the youngers that now go to the university should have an updated agenda. They need to have to learn what is coming up. They don't just need to learn the basics. And also, of course, the government need to update her policies and to be in full compliance with what is going on in the industry.
Thank you, Marios. Exactly. The updates are many, and of course, they need to update their agenda. Marina?
So far we have IMO's STCW convention covering the minimum standards of training and competence, and this has been done successfully so far. But nowadays, the gap between this minimum level of competence required to operate and the comprehensive landscape, which is growing fast, is challenging and is growing. I think that maritime education and training providers should cooperate among themselves, as well as with all industry stakeholders, to enable future skill-proof seafarers. This cooperation could be done through a platform that would promote stakeholders' cooperation for boosting intersectoral mobility and career attractiveness, simultaneously through focusing on the up-to-date content of new maritime skills and knowledge transfer from maritime stakeholders to the educational sector. This is very important. There are a few examples already in place, and I'm sure that you know that there are European programs that have evolved towards this direction. So we have stuff to start from, and I think that what we need is to commit on working all together so that we will do our best on this direction.
Thank you. Amalia?
Yes, I do agree with Marina that we have, as an industry, to make a big step and successful steps towards collaborations with the IMO guidelines and with the SSW convention that we all are forced to follow. However, there is still a long way to go, and the focus should be to the academies, and especially the governmental academies, so that we standardize training, that we upgrade training or upgrade the equipment that they use to train the seafarers, and somehow, if possible, make the train more global, the standards of training more global, so that every seafarer have the same information and the same access to technical skills development. Thank you.
Thank you, Amalia. Chirag?
So I fully agree that collaboration is the key in going forward. Because if we are talking about reskilling our seafarers with new trainings and all that, are our universities, are our maritime colleges, the professors who teach these students or the future seafarers, are they equipped enough? Do we have the infrastructure in place to take care of all the changing needs and the changing skills that we would like to bring into our new generation of seafarers? I think the government has a very key role to lead into entire of these things and provide infrastructure, work with the universities, basis the research and the facts that what all things do we need, and also get the professors and the lecturers, also the trainers, trained as well on these important skills, then to be able to then impart the knowledge to the younger force. I think therefore they all have to work very closely in this environment, because I totally understand that SCCW requires only the minimal skill, and also to my personal thing, I think it's still not very the implementation of SCCW is again left to the member state, and again we can see the varied gaps of education in different countries. But if we really want to bring about a lot more standard with adapting newer technology, we all have to do a lot more work together to build that infrastructure in every country as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Chirag.
Sorry, if I may add something on this. Sorry,
course.
I couldn't find the key for raising the hand. I think that a good example of such collaboration is the amendments that currently under process, the STCW 2029 amendments, where the mental health and the mentoring are being addressed and are for first time being inserted under discussion. I think that it is a good example which came from the industry, from industry's needs and concerns, which is now being officially transferred to more officially, let's say. So it takes it in the future amendments, it may support the industry further.
Thank you, Marius, for that comment. Now, let's move on with mentoring, which is a vital tool for enhancing the learning at the maritime industry. So, first of all, we would like to hear from you, why is mentoring vital in the maritime sector, and how can mentorship programs be effectively embedded into operations, into the shipping industry, and guide us young professionals. So, Marina.
Mentoring is the process of supporting and influencing and even guiding a person through discussion, training, advice, usually of a person who is less experienced, probably younger. So, as a explanation of the word, of the term, I hope that rings a bell, as it is one of the most important roles of a captain and a senior officer on board. And often, when performed effectively, it can even compensate for gaps in training and experience. So it can lead to the proper measures to fill these gaps and evolve the young generation, the young professional, further to her career. So it goes without saying that for all positions ashore, as well as on board, it's very, very important. Newcomers need to be shown the way, and what best way to do that other than mentoring? So.
Thank you. I would like to ask you something else. What should be the best ingredients, let's say, for effective mentorship? What does it mean, effective mentoring on board?
First of all, you need to dedicate, first of all, you need to want to do it. You need to have a person who is willing to share experience, to share time, to devote part of his professional life to another young person. So you need to be someone who wants to see young generation, younger people evolve and bloom and flourish in your profession. If you're not such a kind of person, it won't work. So you need to share. You need to want to do it. I think this is the most important quality of a good mentor.
Thank you, Marina. Amalia?
Yes, mentoring is very, very important to the maritime industry. Because of the nature of the industry and the strict ranking on board from captain to junior officer or from chief engineer to junior engineer, automatically the higher rank trains or mentor in a way the younger position. So if it is done by a person, as mentioned by Marina, who wants to do it and who has the skills to pass on information, so it is done very effectively. It is the best way to foster professional growth, to ensure the transfer of critical skills, of knowledge, of experience, because no matter what you read and whatever is the training that you receive prior going on a vessel, the practical experience is what you need to deal with your daily routines and with the specialities of each vessel, of each trade, of each cargo. And all these you can only get by your superior. And the only way to get it and to get it effectively is via mentoring programs. So we have to train our senior officers of how to be effective mentors as well. But I fully agree with Marina that it depends on each person individually and how they want and how much they desire to do this and pass it on to the young generation. Even though I do believe that majority in the shipping, majority of the seafarers, they do it automatically. They do it by default. They mentor the young generation.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Marios.
Yes, we discussed previously how we can attract young talents. I think that mentoring is the next step, meaning that when you attract somebody, afterwards you need to invest on him. And as Ms. Papaioannou correctly stated, you need to have the willingness and you need to invest your time, your passion and your knowledge with him. You don't just need to leave him and to evolve on his own. You need to build him, you need to show him the way. However, based on my perspective, I think that shadow mentoring is also a good point, because you need to leave the personality, even if he's a seaman on board, a deck cadet or a chief mate who is going to promote to master, to show his capabilities, to show his competence, to show his character. And when you believe that your input is needed, to discuss it with him, so he feels that you are not only guiding him strictly, but you are supporting him. Mentoring is showing the way based on your perspectives. Everyone has a different perspective, and I think that the mutual respect between the younger one and the one who is guiding is very important. Also, being a part of a mentoring scheme in the Athens University, I always, when I participate there, I think of myself as I was 12 years ago when I started my career in the shipping. And I think that young generation needs the assistance for the first steps. Sometimes you just need to enter a vessel, so you don't have to be afraid to join as the cadet. You don't have to be afraid to be a crew officer or a crew assistant. And afterwards, you need the proper guidance in order to flourish, as Ms. Papaioannou mentioned.
Thank you for sharing your experience, Marios. Chirag?
Yeah, I think everything has been covered most of the time. But I think a good leader will demonstrate a good mentorship as well. They will definitely, appreciate that a mentorship is something which is, taking along your juniors, making them feel comfortable on board, and also be there with them throughout their time. And also that, the juniors will be able to reach out to the seniors, because on board there is a lot of hierarchical, still we are in a world where on board ship there's a lot of hierarchy that we need to follow. In that process, the juniors may not be able to open up with the seniors, and we can see a lot of impact on their health and well-being because of that as well. So I think that's mentoring is something which is absolutely crucial, whether it can be a senior on board or whether it can be somebody ashore as well. So some of the companies, they have people from different ships mentoring people from other ships. They don't know each other, so that there is no way of judging anyone. So people can open up about their ideas, thoughts, and they can learn from seniors from their experiences, about the way they have handled that particular situation, because these juniors are coming in with the full of skills, the technical knowledge, but then they would lack that experience in how to use that knowledge. I think that is really very important part of the entire curriculum when on board, so that to help retain our seafarers, our younger talents, for taking their next steps forward when they become a seniors on board, and then they can also be a mentor to their juniors. I think, yeah, thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you for highlighting all these important aspects of mentoring. And now, since we need to wrap up our discussion, conclude our discussion, let's focus on a favorite question here at Safety4Sea. So I would like to ask to think if you could change one thing to significantly influence how the maritime industry develops skills for its workforce, what this thing would be and why. Just focus on one thing. Maybe there are more, I don't know. Marina?
Yes, well, I think I would like to see, I would like to have a platform created, or maybe use an existing one, for sharing knowledge and best practices that could be used by maritime education organizations, anyone, to update their curriculum and through it promote lifelong learning, enabling seafarers' development. This should be an open platform, accessible from anyone at any time, anywhere, and should include modern training methods and motivational material. I think this would be the one thing that I would like to see, and that would create an impact in the learning process.
Thank you, Marina. Amalia?
Very simple Similar to Marina, I would like to see a global digital maritime learning platform where the seafarers can, irrespective of the location, can access the training anytime and anywhere, and where we can have uniform standards for everyone. And by using all what we have mentioned before, AI technology and the simulator and lifetime training, to train them and make them robust for what is coming towards them and the future needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Marios?
Ideally, I would suggest to reset our minds in the industry so we have a continuous learning mindset. And I'm speaking for all sectors within the shipping industry. Everyone's learning curve is different, so no matter if you are 18 or in the end of your career, you always need to stay up to date. You always need to adjust yourself in the environment, and you always need to learn something. The positive, the positive thing in the shipping industry is that it never stops. It always evolves, and you can always have room for improvement. So you don't need to stay in your comfort zone. You always need to step outside and to perform better until your retirement. Thank you.
Thank you, Marios. And Siraj?
I think we as an industry are very reactive because if any incident happens, we just put up an additional course for that incident and put it up to the seafarers. Okay, you do that course and then you do the tick mark exercise. Oh, that person has completed the course now that we are filled with it. I think that needs to change a lot. And that change, I really need that we need not be reactive. We need to look into that how we can bring that cultural adaptability into our seafarers so that they can work with diverse crew, different regions, different people coming on board nowadays, 7 to 8 nationalities. It is becoming very difficult for people to work with different nationalities, understanding them. So I think that cultural adaptability is something which needs to be taken care of by the companies a bit more. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, concluding our discussion, let's hear from you a last message, a key advice, let's say, to maritime stakeholders to embrace the young talents. Amalia.
So it is essential for the maritime industry, young talent, and to attract the young generation to join the industry. Young professionals, they are very meaningful and they want to fulfilling their career. So we need to focus on this direction. And I think that we have to invest in comprehensive training and development so that they see that by joining a seafarer career, they're going to have this this fulfillment of their future career. They're going to have a clear career path and the proper training that they require to reach the higher level. And I think that this is an area that we need to focus our recruitment so that we can attract the younger people.
Thank you very much. Marios, a key message from you.
Yeah, I believe that shipping companies need to have a human-oriented policy and human-oriented strategy. They need to bring competent persons both to their vessels and to the office, providing flexible ways of work. Speaking about the vessel's flexible contract duration, providing them some sort of assignments, providing them a clear career development plan. So they all know, no matter the age and the rank, how they can proceed and perform better and take higher positions, let's say. They need to invest in their technical skills, soft skills, and competencies. As we mentioned before, this journey is never ending, so it needs to be taken into serious consideration from the stakeholders to invest on people, and trust me, the money that will be invested will be taken back very soon.
Thank you, Marios. Chirag?
I think fair treatment is very important, and also the open-mindedness, the no blame culture. Listen to this younger generation is very important, I think, in order to attract that young force. Thank you.
Thank you. And Marina?
I think that what we need to do is to promote this image of the seafarer of the future. This will bring young talents closer to the industry. And this can be done by highlighting the versatile character of future skills and increasing thus career attractiveness. The range of career paths, which is now open to maritime professionals, can be enhanced through the inclusion of modern skills, which can be required today. Attractiveness-focused campaigns would be one idea, and this should highlight technological developments, digitalization, sustainability, intrasectoral mobility, and show this way career opportunities related to contemporary, highly demanded skills. One last comment from my side would be that I think that we need to also include shipping or maritime transport, any way we like to name it, in the first years of education, so as to make young people aware of this wonder world which we are living in, and they can, they can be combined with the young generation's sensitivity about the ocean and the environment. So if we can put all this together from a young age into young people, then I think that it will be easier for us to attract them to the shipping industry later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Marina. Thank you all for your valuable contributions in discussing strategies to support continuous learning within our industry. So let's embrace all the strategies that you discussed to empower our workforce, unlock potential, and shape an industry that leads with innovation and resilience. Now, following for enlightening panel discussion, we now conclude also our event. Carry with us all the positive messages that we heard. Many thanks to everyone who joined us, our sponsors and supporters, and the incredibly Seafarers team for their dedication to bringing this event to life. We look forward to seeing you in person at the future event. In the meantime, take a moment to review our agenda for 2025 and mark your calendars. Thank you very much.